G'day everybody, we are back for day 2 of the 2024 Victorian Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG State Championships right here on Risky Rollers. I'm Dalton and I'm joined by Jack and Destin.
Yes, that is us.
Absolutely rocking the drip there.
Yes,
love to see it.
Going to dress up the top cut.
Absolutely. So we are here today bringing you all 3 rounds of the top cut here today. Kicking off round 1. We have Douglas Tran, who we saw yesterday, against Lachlan Murphy, who we didn't see yesterday.
No, we haven't seen
I'm
him.
very excited to see what he's playing today.
Yeah, Douglas obviously playing the Melodious deck that we saw yesterday, and Lachlan today is playing the branded deck that he's been playing for a long time. Pretty good player, that pilot of that deck.
I believe he's playing a 60-card branded list as well.
60 cards?
Believe so. I've got to have a look when we can find the list,
Okay.
but it's
Fascinating.
definitely a bit of a pile. Definitely what I like to see in a branded deck. Ultimately,
loves a good
Let's
pile.
jump over here. It looks like they are rolling for first turn, and we can see we have face cams going on up there as well. It'll take a moment for that to catch up. It's Silver's Labyrinth over here. Let me fix that. Leon?
Melodious, yeah.
Cool.
alrighty. I believe they're about to start.
Yeah. Not quite sure who won the die roll, but we'll find out in a second. Both players here aiming to go first in this matchup. No Tenpai on the screen, obviously, just yet.
Not yet.
Probably see that
We've
later
got
today.
2, so
Yeah.
maybe.
Maybe.
Unless they both get knocked out now.
That'd be pretty sad if they did. Alright, it seems like Lachlan has won the die roll. He's going to start with a fusion deployment to reveal a fusion monster from the extra deck and summon one of the specific materials from the deck.
Going for a
Gonna reveal
Cartesia
the
here.
Grand Guignol, which will, as Destin said, summon the
Cartesia.
Blazing Cartesia from the deck, yes. Just searching through his large 60-card pile here to find that one card. Can be difficult a lot of the time. There we go. Summons it out in defense position. Douglas says that's okay. We start with a normal summon Aluba. This is going to search any branded spell or trap in his deck.
Most likely, obviously, going for a branded fusion here.
Unless he already has it. If in that case, he's probably looking for a branded blast. That's okay. Douglas gives it the all clear. And then we pick up that big deck again. Hey.
Bit of a fumble there on Douglas, dropping a card out there. I don't think it's too concerned though.
Yeah, I'll just be a little bit of a nerves going to the top cut today, playing a off-meta deck, I'd say, but
Day 1 feature game 1 feature match too is going to be a
Certainly.
bit nervous. Although Douglas was here yesterday, he knows what's going on. He should be alright.
Picking up and activating that branded fusion to fusion summon a monster that mentions Fallen of Elbaz as material. We'll bring that up on your screen now, as this is a very powerful card in Lachlan's deck. Probably the best card in his deck, if we're being realistic.
didn't quite see the other material. So we've obviously got an Albaz and...
That looks like a Lubellion, Bestial Lubellion, to summon out an Albion, the Blazing Dragon. Gonna activate the Albion effect.
Douglas has the Baylor for the Albion as well. But obviously we got the Cartesia there that can easily pivot.
Well, this is really heads-up play from Douglas, because if Lachlan uses a Cartesia to dodge that Baylor effect, then he can't bring out that Lubellion later on. And we're going to Ghost Ogre the Cartesia anyway, so we're not going to have access to a Grand Guignol in this turn. Unless he has another one in hand.
Possibility.
He might, yeah.
Yep.
Going to fuse Albion with...
I believe that was a chain, was
Yeah,
it?
it looks like an Edgem chain. Going to bring out the...
That's the new... it's a Fiend Illusion
The guy,
from Duelist Nexus. Very good card, and it can banish a fusion spell to draw a card, and then when an effect is activated, in response, it can put one on the bottom and destroy a card. Just an all pop. I believe it might just be the opposite for that.
And Albion's going to fuse into a Lubellion using the Aluba Engrave and the Albaz. Going to discard
Might be a
another
polymerization.
spell there. Probably is Poly. Also going to activate the chain there to search the Frightfur Patchwork.
Definitely a very powerful engine, being able to add more fusion material, but also a polymerization to your hand obviously means that your combo is a little bit more resilient. But having that extra material for your Lubellions, but also maybe even a possible Guardian Chimera on the follow-up is extremely powerful.
Yeah. Douglas says that's okay. Do you have our Mirror Jade on the field? We'll bring that one up.
Douglas as
Staple
well.
card
yeah.
of Lachlan's deck here is Boss Monster, Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon, sitting beautifully on the field there.
Douglas being able to ogre the Cartesia as well is very crucial because now we can't go into the gimmick puppet to summon.
Yes, can't access that Grand Grignol, can't dump that Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, but Lachlan's going to activate Triple Tactics Thrust right now. Going to be grabbing a normal spell or trap from the deck.
Go for the fusion duplication, that looks like.
Yep. Going to be sending that one to his field as Douglas does not control any monsters. Next turn, that's going to allow him to banish a fusion or polymerization normal spell from his graveyard and copy its effect.
Very, very good card. Cartesia comes back to the hand during the end phase as well as the Albion's able to trigger.
It's going to go ahead and set what we can assume to be a branded in red. Going to give Lachlan further disruption during Douglas's turn. Lachlan just searching his deck, thinking about what he wants to add here. He's going to grab a branded opening. He's going to activate it as Albion doesn't have to set, it can search. Now we're discarding that extra Edgem Chain, I think. Or maybe that's the Cartesia.
I think it was the Cartesia. He'll go for probably the Quem, I believe.
Yeah, I'm going to bring that Quem out. There we go. Quem obviously counting itself as a Despia monster. That's why it can come out off of the branded opening. That's going to go ahead and dump branded Retribution. Lachlan may be attempting to activate now to add back a branded spell that's in his graveyard.
Interesting. Does he have a Albaz still in the graveyard for the Quem, or do we reckon he's going?
I don't think he does.
He might just be having the Quem so he can reborn the Mirror Jade later during the turn, but obviously we'll have to see.
Douglas going to go ahead and draw for turn there, picking up a spell card.
Immediately activating the fusion duplication.
Yeah, we are copying that branded fusion, obviously. Then go ahead and probably now dump an Albaz and I want to say a Cartesia.
I'm going to say the Gimmick Puppet, actually.
Oh, true. Is that a Cartesia? Aiming to make that Albion here now.
Nah, so he's going for the Sanctifier Dragon here.
Albion, the Sanctified Dragon. Yeah. In a new chain, he has the opportunity to activate Quem, but Douglas obviously does have player priority here. Any trigger effects he wants to activate. Quem's now going to go ahead and bring back out that Cartesia.
Yeah.
Which in the main phase, Lachlan will be able to activate to perform a fusion summon. Lachlan's going to pass priority, allow Douglas to go to main phase. Douglas is going to start with the Pot of Prosperity, banishing 3 or 6 cards from his extra deck. Looks like it's going to be 6 cards. To reveal 6 cards from the top of his deck, add 1 from there and put the rest onto the bottom of the deck in any order he chooses. Lachlan's having a think about what he wants to do. Going to use that Cartesia, sending the Quem and the Cartesia to the graveyard, probably to summon Grand Grignol. There we go, Grand Grignol hits the field. Douglas resolves the Prosperity, revealing Couplet. I see a first movement, I see Herald, and another Herald. 2 cards there that I'm not quite sure what they are.
This is very important, actually, to stop that Grignol.
Certainly is. It's going to be able to give him access to any level 6 or higher light or dark monster from his deck or extra deck. Going to grab the Refrain there, I think that was. A new chain. Lachlan's obviously going to activate that Grand Grignol. Going to go ahead and dump that Gimmick Puppet Nightmare to the graveyard.
The real boss monster for the branded deck.
Now, Douglas in a new chain, because couplet was added to the hand, it's going to activate the couplet to summon the aria from deck. Lachlan is now going to use Grand Guignol as a trigger effect. Because Douglas summoned a monster from a monster effect, if no response, he's going to activate the Albion Chainlink 2, targeting, I can assume, the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. There we go. And probably Fallen of Albaz.
Most likely.
Yep.
And the Quem.
And the Quem. Going to bring that Quem out to his field. There we go. Herald of Orange Light puts a stop to that, thankfully. Now we're going to real game in. But for those of you who don't know, Gimmick Puppet's now on the screen. But if it was summoned to Douglas's field, it would have stopped him from special summoning for the rest of the turn for monsters except Gimmick Puppet monsters, which Douglas doesn't play any. Now that Douglas has cleared that threat, he's just having to think about what he wants to do. He has one card in hand here. I believe it is that Refrain.
Shout out to chat going off with support for both of the duelists up here on screen.
Hi, Harrison.
Harrison's back in the chat. Wouldn't expect anything less from him. Douglas looking like he's passing his turn, or attempting to there, to which Lachlan is going to activate the Mirror Jade, dumping the Rinbrum, the Striking Dragon. That's true, that Albion should definitely be in the graveyard, as the Herald of Orange Light negates the activation and destroys the card.
Did they banish the opening to protect though, or?
Doesn't look like they did. The only spell card I can see banished is that Branded Fusion that was banished for the Fusion deployment. Douglas now going to summon that Refrain. This is a full combo for the Melodious deck.
Good to see this go off yesterday as well. Can flood the board very quickly.
Yeah, it makes a lot of monsters and makes some very powerful fusion monsters like Shuberta and Flowering.
Very important against the branded deck as well, where it has key interruptions that can hit one or two monsters, but if you're able to flop the board, you should be able to overwhelm them, especially if there's no Guardian Chimera access that Lachlan will obviously not be able to get into this turn.
Lachlan going to activate the Rinbrum, targeting the Albaz. Going to banish the Rinbrum to summon the Albaz. He's now going to activate the Albaz effect, discarding a Bestial Soreneer, I think that was. Going to perform a fusion summon with that Albaz from his field, and the only monster on Douglas's field, the Refrain, into an Albion. Albion's now going to activate to perform another fusion summon. So many fusion summons happening in this game.
Absolutely, and most of them during his opponent's turn as well.
Yeah. Obviously, Lachlan knows that Douglas does not have any triple tactics talents in his hand and can play on his turn without worrying about that card, but Douglas is going to scoop it up now. Heading into game 2, Lachlan has won game 1.
Very nice. All right. We can see them sideboarding there. It's a good chance for us to get a look at our lovely judge, hidden behind some of our setup there, but we've got Jared over there to wave.
There we go.
Here we go.
I can see a lot more people in the General Games Chirnside building today.
Yep. Lovely yawn from the, the bystander over there. But we have a bunch of events happening in the store today.
Certainly do.
We've got 3 side events, 2 side events.
3 side events. We've got an Edison Wintermat today, starting at 1 o'clock. We have a Modern Wintermat starting around the same time, and I'm not sure when it's starting, but we do have a... Thank you, Elliot Harris, with the very cool hand signs. But we have a Starlight Rare Kurikara Div Incarnate tournament being held today. So, very cool prizing up for grabs.
Alrighty.
Wintermat in particular going to be able to pick up a Konami official Wintermat for that new rule that's being implemented at the WCQ. It's pretty handy.
Yeah, it is. Good to go to your local Wintermats and local events so that you can actually have a mat to play on. My Spellground is now crying in my bag.
Mine too. My beautiful Pyramid playmat. I'm going to have to pick up myself one of those lovely new Minerva mats.
Absolutely.
That our top 16 competitors yesterday were given as prizing. Very beautiful Nationals prizing.
Will be good. I can't wait to rock that mat later.
Yep. Hopefully we get one.
We'll be talking to Joshua Vine for that one.
We certainly will. Making our demands.
And they will be met.
They will be met. Duels now shuffling up ready for game 2. Both players have finished sideboarding.
Okay, let's see.
What are some kind of things we can expect to see from Douglas starting in to go get first?
Well, we have the side decks here. Obviously, we've got the normal generic branded killer of a D barrier. But then we've got a couple of normal ones that you'd probably expect. Looks like he had a couple of changes leading up to the event. with it.
Probably going to see that Ghost Spell and Horn Dimension be coming in place of probably that Ghost Ogre.
Most likely. Ogre's
So
showing
that big
some.
one is going to be that dimensional barrier that Douglas has access to here. Duelist just finishing shuffling here, taking their time, making sure that, they don't brick going into this game.
Definitely, again, a lot more stakes on this match. Very important for him to have a properly shuffled deck, I guess.
Yep. Certainly do want to get those top 4 prizing. Lovely little trophies that you can earn.
Yeah.
Additionally, top 16 duelists do get their 12 packs of Legacy of Destruction, Legacy of Destruction, the new set, whereas top 4 gets 24 packs, so double the prizing almost.
Yeah.
See Douglas has opened a very good hand. Going to start with that Ostinato. Lachlan's asked what it does. Douglas has replied that it's branded fusion.
Which is not wrong, to an extent.
Certainly is not wrong. Let's bring it up so everyone knows what it does. It's going to perform a fusion summon by sending materials from the deck. Notably, this does not lock Douglas into Melodious monsters. Does destroy the monster that it summons in the end phase, but if the fusion materials are still in the graveyard, it summons them back.
Very important effect if you're playing the protection monsters, because if it returns the monsters back, you pretty much have a full towers for all your board. But obviously none of that matters when you're versing a Mirror Jade.
Yes. Barker now going to summon Shapina from deck. Going to add back a monster, Melodious monster from the grave back to the hand. Probably going to go for that couplet.
Yeah, it's not once per turn. It's a good catch there, Henry, down in chat.
These cards are very powerful. For some reason, this card was not printed with once per turn. Shapina now going to add back that couplet. Couplet now going to revive that refrain. Refrain's now going to activate to search a Melodious monster, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got someone pointing out down in chat. Many people don't know that you can ghost spell Ostinato.
Certainly
Yes.
can go spell Ostinato. That's because it does have that graveyard effect of, not even a graveyard effect, but it summons the monsters back from the graveyard, or can try to in the end phase.
It's a good point, and it's part of the activation of the card, so you
Certainly
can
is,
actually deal with it, even if it's not the effect they're trying to activate with it.
Yeah. So many ways to stop this card. You got Ash Blossom, Ghost Spell. It's very good. Herald of Greenlight.
Oh, that's my boy.
I'd love to see that come down from Lachlan, but I don't think it's going to happen. Club is now going to activate Concerto. Concerto is going to activate, allowing Douglas to perform a fusion summon with its Pendulum Scales. Going to go Pendulum 3 into that Flowering, it looks like. Yep, Flowering hits the field. One of Douglas's most powerful monsters in his deck. Can non-target banish Melodious monsters from his field and bounce monsters, face-up cards from Lachlan's field.
Honestly, an insane card. Being able to banish your Sperta as well, being able to make it live during either the end phase or through the next turn is actually insane for this triple DD card, especially like a deck against a branded.
Certainly does, because Lachlan has a lot of graveyard effects that he wants to activate specifically in the end phase. Douglas can just go ahead and banish them before they're allowed to activate.
Absolutely, it's crazy.
Both of Douglas's Pendulum Scales, when they're fusion summoned off, did activate to place themselves in the Pendulum Scales. Going to allow them to perform a Pendulum Summon later this turn. And use Soprano to fusion summon after normal summoning it. Going to fusion summon off that Barker.
Schuberta?
And we do bring out... I can't tell what that is. Barker's targeting Schuberta to revive the card. Ostinato is going to allow him to draw a card. Putting itself back into the deck, notably. Give himself that recursion for next turn. And a free card while we're at it. Bring back the Schuberta. I still can't tell what that card is. I don't think it's...
It's definitely a Melodious card, I can tell you that.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Absolutely.
Could be a Guardian Chimera, who knows? Gonna pend out the... I've drawn a blank.
The fusion one.
Yep.
Fuse.
All these cards obviously having very cool musical names. Now Douglas going to rank 4 into number 41, Baguska the Terribly Tired Tapir. This is obviously a really good card into Lachlan's deck, as it puts all monsters in defense position and then they can't activate their effects.
And notably, obviously, a Lachlan's deck probably doesn't have any link monsters like an SP to banish the Baguska, but also not being able to crash into any of his board is also very important. But obviously, we'll see what Lachlan can do against the board.
Gonna activate Allure, Terraforming here.
Allure of Darkness.
Ooh. Oh, that is Barker on field, actually, because Barker prevents cards from stopping activations. So he can still activate Flowering under Baguska here.
Insane.
That is crazy. Gonna banish an Edgem Chain from his hand to draw the 2 cards. He's now gonna activate Pot of Desires, banishing 10 cards face down from the top of his deck to draw 2 cards.
Again, this is one of my favorite ways to play Branded, is just all these powerful draw cards just to cycle through your deck to fill your hand.
Certainly is very fun. Just a lot of gas.
No
You let your
breaks.
opponent go off and do your best to break the board. Now let's see what happens next. Douglas has 2 set cards here. Thinking about activating 1, maybe. Decides not to. Lachlan just thinking about his play. He's going through his extra deck, making sure he knows the exact line to beat this board here. Gonna activate.
Branded in high spirits, it looks like.
Certainly is. Gonna allow him to discard a card. Let's bring that one up for those of you who don't know what it does. Branded High Spirits gonna allow him to reveal a card in his main hand, send a card from his extra deck with the same type to the graveyard, and then if he can discard that card that he revealed in his hand, he's going to be able to search any monster that mentions Fallen of Elbaz from his deck.
Notably, you don't actually have to discard the card. Obviously, if you want to search, you have to.
Yeah.
But you can actually just send that monster from your extra deck for free.
You can just dump one for free. Branded High Spirit's a very cool card that we saw in 2022 Oceanics being utilized really effectively in the Teal strategy, revealing that D3S frog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sending a Teal monster from grave and then being able to summon a Kit Colossus essentially for free.
Absolutely, especially playing under the Bestials as well. Having no monster on your field was definitely important back then as well.
Lachlan now going to search that Fallen of Elbaz to his hand after discarding and sending some other dragons, notably Albion from his extra deck. Not sure what was sent from the hand.
Again, it feels like Lachlan's definitely in a tricky position. That Baguska's going to put in
applying a lot of pressure here, yeah. Going to activate the Springen's Kit to summon itself because he has Fallen of Elbaz in his graveyard. Springen's Kit cannot activate here under that Baguska. Now we're going to activate Forbidden Droplet. Well, that's one answer to the Baguska.
It's a good card.
Yeah. Sending it, and is that another Edgem Chain to the graveyard?
I believe so.
Yeah, this is going to be able to non-target negate 2 monsters from Douglas's field. Douglas isn't going to be able to respond with monster effects here, so it cannot respond with that flowering.
Shout out to chat going off down there. Got a few of the Malvern Monday goats down there. We've got Freddie Camel kicking in. I think Elliot's watching from the venue.
Elliot is watching from the venue. I can see him standing over there.
We miss you in Malvern, Elliot. You should come down more.
Hey, Stephen. Miss you.
Hey, Stephen, just for you, I've joined him. Important question here from Blue Venom. What impact will the result of this match have on Donald Trump's next presidential push?
Well, I'm not going to answer that one. I'm just going to say if Melodious wins, it will be better.
I think if Gimmick Puppet Nightmare wins this game, well, you know, that could be a state.
I mean, we're not going to
discussion about the state of politics in the world. Yeah.
I think it's a very astute observation there.
Yeah.
I think we're going to.
Yep. We won't talk too much about that one. Watching from Japan. Thank you, Stephen. Hope you're having a lovely honeymoon over there.
Oh, is that where? Yeah. Congratulations, Stephen.
Yeah.
Hope you're enjoying the trip over there.
Lachlan going to add that Branded Fusion, his favorite card, one can assume.
And then he'll have to put a card back from his hand on the bottom of the deck. Obviously, that doesn't matter if you've drawn
Was
a
that
bazillion
able to
cards.
activate? Or does Baguska negate the activation?
I believe.
Or prevent them from activating? Let's bring Baguska up so we can double check that one.
I believe they can activate, but they will just be negated. But obviously, the Droplet is a good card.
I do keep getting confused with this card versus a card like Empen.
Okrimanam, I believe there was one Shark player at the tournament this weekend.
Ooh, let's
Is
have a look.
that one there?
We do have the Gotti deck, the fish deck. Don't know if I would call that sharks, but
exactly,
you know,
but
it's close enough.
Elliot Harris is definitely an expert against the deck.
Certainly is. We could bring him on the show later to tell us about the shark deck, maybe.
Alrighty, let's have a look at Baguska.
Here's that Baguska now. While this card is face up in defense position, all monsters on the field are changed to defense position and negate the activated effects of monsters that were in defense position. So
Hey.
Lachlan was able to activate that Springen's kit there and was able to negate the Baguska or prevent it with the Forbidden Droplet. Lachlan now going to activate that very powerful branded fusion, which Douglas
free.
is going to chain that dimensional barrier in response, probably calling fusion.
Yeah, I'd say.
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
And there we go.
Lachlan's going to surrender that
scoop,
game
yeah.
due to the dimensional barrier, shutting down his entire deck.
D-Barrier is definitely just a very good card. I remember playing Branded for the States back in 2021, I want to say. And many a day is being ruined playing Branded.
Let's just say cooler people played Sword Soul.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm cooler people.
Kurt actually topped that event playing Tri-Brigade.
Yeah,
And he's still
very
here.
Weird time for Tri-Brigade.
Absolutely.
And Kurt now is still in his top 8 game, playing against Anthony Nguyen over there. We can see him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very
Can't really tell much about what's happening over there. Both duels very locked in and focused.
I believe
The face of concentration. There are 6 players over there all showing the same face of really putting everything into the games this morning because a single loss here means they are out of the tournament entirely. It's how single
Unfortunately.
elimination works. It's brutal, but that's what it is when it's high stakes.
Yep. Once they are knocked out of the tournament, they can go join Elliot Harris in the Peanut Gallery.
and the side events afterwards.
Yep.
You can see it's kind of hard to see on the pan shot here. We do have a little audience, both online and in person here for this feature match.
Yeah. A lot of people crowding the feature match, as we can see
some
there.
people there keen to see how this table is going. I expect this will be a feature of a lot of today. Getting to watch some of the top players in the state play games here.
A lot of nerves may be affecting our duels on feature match, as there's a lot of people watching them, both in person and, as Dalton said, online. Hopefully it doesn't get to them too much and they're able to play to the best of their ability and crack this third game wide open to move on to top 4.
Yeah. Speaking of which, it looks like they're just about finished sideboarding. We're going into shuffling there.
Yeah. Lachlan started shuffling his deck. Douglas just finishing siding.
Doing a pile shuffle for a count.
Got a few options here that duels can side into.
Going first against both decks, obviously D-Barrier is an insane card. Most likely going to be able to win either game.
Yep.
Obviously Douglas' deck has a bit more pivot, having the pendulum cards as well, but most likely if fusion is called, it might just be game over.
Yep. Both duels opting to side deck that very powerful trap card that we've seen time and time again in these tournaments. Usually around States time each year.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You know, 2022 States was afflicted by dimensional barrier everywhere. Sword Soul Despia format.
23 was cash though.
It's
so
it's such a good counter to a couple of the big, I guess the big bogeymen of this format.
Yes.
Snake Eyes and Tenpai both hurt when you see that come out.
Yeah, there's a few
Snake Eyes
different
less so.
variants of Snake Eyes that actually do get a little bit hurt by the dimensional barrier. Speaking of that Melodious Snake Eye variant, but definitely Tenpai does kind of get shut down by that unpowerful trap.
It's also important to state that with Lachlan's deck, he is playing 60 cards, so seeing his side deck cards might be a little bit harder. Having the thrust and the D barrier is definitely important if he does get interacted with, but he does also have those desires and allures to hopefully draw into and out.
Duels ready here for game 3, offering each other a fist bump, being very good sports about this game. Lachlan here probably going to be going first.
And off we go.
Going to start again with that fusion deployment. Let's see what he reveals. Feeling the Grand Guignol. Going to summon out that Blazing Cartesian from the deck. Like we said, very good card out of Darkwing Blast.
Absolutely.
Very good set.
Good set.
Summoning that Blazing Cartesian in defense position again. Now going to summon Aluba the Jester of Despia. It's the exact same play as the first game. And it won in the first game. So
It served him well there. Yeah.
Aluba now going to search Branded Fusion from the deck. See if there's any other actions before activating that Branded Fusion. Going to activate Frat for Patchwork, searching the Egypt Chain and a copy of Polymerization from his deck. So much advantage being generated by these cards. Now Lachlan activating Branded Fusion, summoning a monster from his extra deck that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material, using material from his deck. There we see the Fallen of Albaz, that beautiful OTS Ultimate Rare, and another Bestial Lubellion. So Lachlan clearly has made up his mind that this is the best line to go for. Now summoning that Albion. Going to activate the Albion to fusion summon.
Douglas having no interaction so far, especially no Ash for the branded fusion, is not a good sign ultimately, but hopefully we'll see if he has anything later.
Yeah. Obviously, this full combo by Lachlan is really, really strong and will prevent Douglas from special summoning monsters as a result. Albion now going to summon Lubellion, the Searing Dragon, by using that Fallen of Albaz from grave and Aluba the Jester of Despia from his field. Summoning the Lubellion, now going to fusion summon again by pitching a card from his hand. We see him get rid of probably that Edgem Chain. Another Fallen of Albaz. Loading his grave up with another Fallen of Albaz is really important here. Douglas thinking on this one.
Support in chat, in the poll in chat currently has 63% thinking Melodious is going to take this match home. Which is interesting, seeing Branded going first here with, again, the opening that served him so well in round one. Or game one, sorry.
Douglas going to give that all clear to the Lubellion, shuffling back itself and the Fallen of Albaz that he just banished from the Albion into probably a Mirror Jade.
Most likely.
Yeah. There we see that Mirror Jade hit the field, bring it up one more time. This beautiful boss monster out of the Albaz Strike structure deck.
Something the Lubellion now by attributing the Albion, most likely going for a branded lost here.
Yeah. Gonna bring out that Branded Loss. Really good card. Prevents Douglas from interacting with his fusion summons when they are summoned. Now activating that Branded Loss from the deck. Now fusing off with Cartesia and the Lubellion. Probably into that Grand Guignol.
Yeah.
There we see the Grand Guignol hit the field. That's going to be able to send any level 6 or higher light or dark monster from his deck or extract to the graveyard. And Chainlink 2 Branded Lost. Going to be able to search any monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz.
Douglas not being able to respond to this is definitely putting him into a bad position. Being able to send most likely that puppet as well.
Yep, we see Douglas search the Tri-Brigade Mercuria, which allows Lachlan to negate a monster effect as long as he controls a monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material. Did end up sending that Gimmick Puppet Nightmare with the Grand Guignol. Setting a card. Now in the end phase, activating that Albion, the Blazing Dragon effect. Going to be able to search or set a branded spell or trap. Douglas is going to decide to let that one go.
I can only assume that Lachlan's looking to have a very explosive turn during Douglas's next turn. Douglas, when he went first last round, obviously setting up a massive board to try and play through. In this case, there's only a few cards in the field, a couple of set cards, and only, one monster and one extra deck monster at a glance?
2 extra deck monsters on the field, both fusion monsters. We've got Mirror Jade,
of course, yes.
the Ice Blade Dragon, and Grand Guignol, the Dust Dragon. Lachlan's setting that Branded in red off of the Albion. Passing priority. Lachlan now going to attempt to activate that Branded in red. Going to target that Fallen of Albaz in its grave. Going to fuse it off with Grand Guignol into an Albion, the Sanctifier Dragon, by banishing both materials. Going to use a Cartesia from his hand, actually. Going to go into that Albion. Albion's now going to target, which Douglas still can't respond to this. Albion's going to target the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare and Albion to summon. Now Gimmick Puppet Nightmare has hit Douglas's field. Now he is locked into special summoning Gimmick Puppet monsters for the rest of the turn.
That is very rough.
Yep.
Honestly,
Not in a good spot for Douglas.
Is that lingering? If that gets rid of that?
Yep.
Oh.
If it leaves the field, doesn't even activate.
Yeah.
As soon as it's on your field, you cannot summon anything other than Gimmick Puppets for the rest of the turn.
Notably, you can just give him any monster and it will most likely shut down Douglas's turn just because all of his powerful spells, the first movement solo and the ostinato, require him to have 0 monsters on the field. But this may just be a little bit of overkill.
Yep. Obviously, Gimmick Puppet getting a bit of support in the new next set, Infinite Forbidden.
Very cool deck. Very
Looking
just
forward to that one a little bit.
Absolutely. I can't wait to FTK my opponents.
Douglas
Set
now
3
just
and
setting
pass.
3 cards and passing. Very, very rough for Douglas.
If you're wanting to get your hands on any of the new Infinite and Forbidden support for Gimmick Puppets, where would you go, lads?
I think you'd go to General Games Chirnside or General Games Malvern or General Games Frankston.
Absolutely. We're making sure we've got plenty of stuff from all the new sets. Sponsors of this channel and this stream, and host of this very event.
Yeah. Allowing us to use this very wide, very good space for the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian State Championships.
With the new store that they've just opened next door. It's been about like a month, I think they've had this one for.
Thereabouts, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an absolutely lovely new space, absolutely huge. We are not a card game event per se, but Risky Rollers are running a Blood Bowl tournament here at the end of next month. And there'll be plenty of other events for all sorts of games, whatever is your cup of tea, happening in this space and others.
Back to Lachlan's turn. Lachlan's going to tribute that Albion that he just summoned off of the Albion the Sanctified Dragon for Bestial Lubellion. Now he's going to activate Polymerization, fusing that Grand Guignol and Edgimp Chain and the Bestial Lubellion into what one can only assume is Guardian Chimera.
Very powerful card.
All the way out of Battles of Chaos back in 2022.
One or two. I actually won one, yeah. Being able to pop and draw cards is honestly just insane. And being a 3300 a beat stick that can't be targeted most of the time.
He's definitely got that Polymerization engraved because he just used it. Now this Guardian Chimera that he has on his field cannot be targeted. It's also going to non-target destroy Douglas's cards. Probably going for this a couple of those back row.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think the writing might be on the wall for this game here. I think Lachlan may be too far ahead for Douglas to come back. We know none of those set cards are Dimensional Barrier, as Douglas would have activated them in response. Lachlan going to opt to pop the outer 2 back row. One of them is an Imperm, one of them is a Concerto. Both cards not doing much at the moment, as Douglas hasn't been able to respond on a Fusion Summon thanks to that branded lost. Switching that Mirror Jade to attack. Normal summoning that Guiding Quem. Now going to send a card that mentions Fallen of Elbaz from Lachlan's deck to the graveyard. Going to be sending that Fallen of Elbaz here.
Sounds like the Winter Starlight event's about to start soon as well.
Couldn't hear Josh Vine organising that in the background. Shout out to Josh Vine running this tournament and all the side events, putting a lot of work in for this weekend.
Yeah.
Douglas now scooping game 3 to Lachlan Murphy playing the branded deck. It seems like Mirror Jade and Gimmick Puppet Nightmare just this time were too much for Douglas's Melodious strategy.
Truly is unfortunate, but it has been a good run for Douglas. Congratulations to Lachlan, and we'll see him later in Top Cut as well.
Certainly. Moving on to top 4 for Lachlan, but top 8 is nothing to laugh at for Douglas Tran.
That is still a
local of
fantastic
Grand J
performance this
Games.
weekend.
Yeah. Both very good players here. Done very well this weekend.
Now, we don't have long
You
until...
can hear the players having a bit of that after-game debrief, just chatting to each other about how that went. Might see if we can pull Lachlan Murphy over for a quick chat. Won't go through any deck profiles or something, especially going into top 4.
Yeah.
But we can definitely see if we can get him on and chat about how that game went for him. Yeah. I definitely want to see his 60-card pile at some point.
Yeah.
Because that is fascinating.
Hopefully we do see it in the finals later on. 2 rounds to go.
Two more, only two more.
I'll leave you guys.
Duelist just packing up here, getting ready for the next round, relaxing, chilling, thanking our beautiful judge for judging their game.
Again, coming all the way from Sydney.
All the way from Sydney, just to be
Just a
here
judge.
for us this weekend.
How big is that? And how
good
big is
guy.
he? Yeah.
How big is he?
Yeah.
Certainly. Got some large biceps on that man.
Okay, what we'll do, I think we'll have a tiny little bit of break. We'll get Lachlan over to have a chat with him, and then we'll be right back.
Certainly.
Lachlan, winning in top 8 and being in top cut, how does it feel?
Very nervous.
Yeah.
It's my first time ever in Top Cut. I've bubbled every event for the past couple, so it feels really good to actually make it Top Cut and win the first match.
And playing branded for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Very long time.
Very long time.
So, what made you pick branded for this event?
It's going to sound really bad, but I did not play any Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming up to this event.
Yep.
And I bought my tickets ages ago.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I'm going to put 60 random cards into a pile and see what happens.
Yeah, let's talk about that 60 card deck. So, we've opted for no hand traps here, except for the one copy of Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, obviously for the, what's it called? Cross-out designator that's in his deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, just going for full gas here. No interaction. You feel confident in being able to break every ball that you're given?
Well, so far it's worked out pretty well for me.
Yep.
I'm pretty nervous about the rest of the decks in Top Cut. It's a lot of Snake Eye.
Yeah.
Do you feel, so have you versed Snake Eye a lot leading up to the event?
Up to the YCS, yes. But it feels like the format's so much different than it is now.
It certainly is. We've had a lot of bands. We've had a band list since then, and we've had a new set, Legacy of Destruction, since then, bringing out that new Melodious and that we just saw, and Tenpai strategy.
When we get up, if you see Tenpai later in the day, how do you think you'll fare?
Tenpai seems like one of those matchups that should be really hard, but I have something on my deck list just for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm keen to see it. We'll hopefully see it.
Hopefully.
Last
It's
round.
come up a lot in my other Tenpai games.
Okay, then. Well,
Tenpai card, a deck that can activate a lot of monster effects in your turn. It might have something to do with that. Not
might just
revealing
have
too
to
much
wait.
now, but we'll see it later.
we'll find out.
Yeah, just a really cool 60-card branded list presented by Lachlan Murphy here. That's got him into the top 4 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian State Championships of 2024. Nothing to laugh at. You've now guaranteed yourself a cool little trophy you can keep on your desk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can
Get
put it
a
on your
semi-finalist.
Tinder profile. Be like,
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm really happy.
absolutely, it's perfect.
Yep. No,
Oh.
you get a little plaque that says semi-finalist. If you move on to the finals, you get finalist. If you win, you get champion.
Well, I'm definitely going for the champion title.
Definitely going for the champion title. I think all of our top 4 competitors will be aiming for that champion title. As not only do they get that little plaque, they also get that trip to Oceanic Championship WCQ later in the June, right?
Yeah.
Later in June, yeah.
It's in like a month.
Yep. Pretty much a month away. It's on the, I think the Friday is the 28th of June.
Literally, yeah.
So a month away.
I'm very excited.
Yeah. Will you be going?
Yeah.
Definitely going.
With the free flights, yeah?
Yeah, with the free flights, 100%.
Yep. Exactly. Shout out Konami for that one. The winner will be very pleased with that. I know I would be.
I would be too.
Yeah. How do you feel about that Minerva mat you won? The top 16 nationals.
Honestly, I didn't even look into it. It's a really nice
It
mat.
is really nice, isn't it?
I hope we get it soon.
Yes. Hello, Josh.
Hello, Josh.
Yes.
Wherever you are.
It looks like we might be ready to start our top 4 matches.
Well, thank
we'll
you so
get
much for
go
having me.
And get ready for your top 4 game, and we'll get someone on the stream. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for coming on.
G'day everybody and welcome back. I'm Dalton from Risky Rollers and I'm joined here by Jack and Destin.
Yep, that's us.
And we are casting... Feel like I'm already quiet. I can hear Josh giving announcements to the
Josh
background.
is announcing the pairings for the Minerva Starlight event that people can win.
And that is all happening here at the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! State Championships for Victoria.
Certainly is.
We are in the middle of Top Cut right now, about to go into Game 2. And there are a bunch of side events happening in the background as well.
Yep.
Let's
Moving on
jump
to
over
our
here.
top 4 match, we have Yuqi Liu on the left and once again, Lachlan Murphy on the right-hand side.
And we can see them there. It says the timer is starting. Let's jump here.
Yep. Our lovely head judge, Kara, just mentioned that top cut players can start now. Both players drawing their starting hand of 5 cards. I'm not quite sure who won the die roll here.
I believe it might be Lachlan, but I might be wrong.
Lachlan's just laid his cards down. Looks like it's on to Yuqi. We're going to start with that normal summon, Snake Eye Ash. It's back. It's better than ever. It's very powerful. Let's see if it gets imperms.
Is no imperm this time.
Going to be very disappointed if we don't see the Ash Imperm and Snake and Seals Pass in this
I'm
Top
sure
Cut.
we'll see that in Top Cut eventually. Anyway, going to search that Poplar, going to summon that Poplar. Now going to search that original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye or Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Opting to go for the Divine Temple. I don't think we brought this one up on stream yet, but this is a very
I
powerful
don't think we
field
did
spell.
yesterday, yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, it's going to place that Snake Eyes Diabell Star from the deck into the Spell and Trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. And it's going to give all his level 1 fire monsters 1100 extra attack.
Very important that it's fire monsters. I know Elliot Harris for Sharks at Top Cut YCS.
Certainly
They're
did.
seeing a Stealth
Forgot that his
Kraken.
monsters were no longer fire.
They were water.
The fire was extinguished by Stealth Kraken.
He made a tremendous mistake, but here we are with Yuqi Liu being able to summon the Flamebird Dragon from the deck.
Yeah, summing off that Snake Eye Ash effect using that Snake Eyes Diabell Star. Now opting to perform a Link summon using the Flamberge and the Poplar. Going into an IP Masquerena, beautiful alt art.
Unfortunate it's gold, but that's
Sadly.
okay.
Poplar effect, now going to place the Snake Eyes Diabell Star back in the Spell and Trap zone, and Flamberge going to summon back the Ash and the Poplar. Lachlan's going to have a think here about something. Yuqi going to perform a Link 3 with Ash and IP Masquerena. Probably going into that wonderful Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, out of Phantom Nightmare earlier this year.
Such, again, a powerful card. Being able to be an interruption as well as reborn any fire monster from the grave every single turn is absolutely insane. Being able to bring back that Flamberge Dragon and most likely putting back the IP into the Spell and Trap zone.
Here we have it on the screen for all of you to read. Going to now perform a Link 4, probably going to that Raging Phoenix. Or could summon a Link 2, you never know. But it has to be a fire monster, as Promethean locks you.
Bringing out the Heater.
Heater, the Fire Charmer Ablaze.
Here most likely just for the Spellcaster to make a Celine.
Yuqi also thinking maybe ahead. He doesn't want to summon the Raging Phoenix just yet. Maybe also not wants to summon a Nightmare Phoenix, as that could come up later to pop a Branded Lost. But knows that that Heater, the Fire Charmer, probably isn't going to be summoning any fires from Lachlan's graveyard.
Absolutely not, unfortunately. But having that Apo is very important. Being able to negate maybe the Alibar or the Cartesia before he can get into the Branded Fusion, especially in the 60-card deck, can be vital.
Yeah, we can see that Appaloosa on the screen now, made with... No. There we go, made with 2 monsters, I think.
2
Having
monsters.
1600 attack. Notably, Lachlan has picked up that Appaloosa does not gain counters, just gains attack. And the judge has decided to put the counter there anyway.
That's all right.
That's okay. Helps for our viewing pleasure. You can see that it clearly has 2 monster negates here. This is a deceptively powerful board that Yuqi has set up here. That field spell is going to be able to summon a monster from the Spell and Trap zone. A continuous spell that is originally a monster from the Spell and Trap zone. Once Lachlan summons a monster. Now we're going to see that Wanted come down. Wonderful quick play spell, searching that Diabell Star, the Black Witch. Really good extender for the Snake Eye deck.
We'll see if he's able to end on anything more as well. Yuki's graveyard is a bit off from the camera, so we can't exactly guess what he has
Can't
sent
quite
off
tell
of
what's
it.
in there, but we can tell that the Diabell Star, the Black Witch, has just hit the field. It sent something from the hand, not sure what it is, but it's now going to set that original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye from his deck. That's going to allow him later to send a face-up card from his field to the graveyard and summon any level 1 fire from his deck.
Do you think
really,
he'll
really strong.
end on anything else apart from this?
Well, let's find out. He's going to activate that original Sinful Spoils right now, just contemplating what he sends for cost. Could be that Poplar, could be the Black Witch, you never know. Is going to be that Diabell Star, the Black Witch, being sent to the graveyard to summon a level 1 fire. Let's see what it is. Could be the Snake Eye Oak that we're summoning out here.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Snake Eye Oak. Now going to be activating its effect to add back a level 1 fire from Grave or Banished or Special Summon it. Now with Wanted and original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard later this turn, Yuqi is going to be able to draw a card. Obviously digging for those powerful cards into this matchup like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Being
There he
able
goes.
to put the Pit Knight earlier on the field as well as a monster negate, just
Yeah.
that more added interaction is definitely important.
Certainly does. So when Appaloosa is going to be able to activate its effect, Pit Knight earlier is going to be able to chain directly to it and perform an imperm-like effect, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be an effect negation for a monster or a card on Lachlan's field.
So we can actually bring it
Yeah,
up.
we can pull it up, because let's find out what it does together. Wonderful card out of Power of the Elements. Wonderful Link 2 monster to use with the Sprite archetype. Passing turn there with a deceptively powerful board with 1 set card. Lachlan just taking a moment to think about what he wants to do here.
Very quietly, it's chat did point out that he opened full engine in hand, like no non-engine cards. So
From the side of Yuqi.
Lachlan's side.
So Lachlan's deck only has 1 Ash Blossom and a Sarina as your hand traps, quote unquote.
Really?
Yeah.
The rest is just pure gas.
Only
Okay.
opting to play that 1 Ash Blossom for the cross-out designator that he does have in his deck at 3 copies
In a 60 card pile.
in a 60 card pile.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely a man for my own heart. This is the things that I do truly love from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Now going to activate that Allure of Darkness. Going to draw 2 cards and banish a Dark Monster from his deck, or discard his entire hand if he cannot do that. Probably not going to be able to do that. Now going to banish the Edgium Chain from his deck, from his hand, sorry. As we can see, Lachlan has a lot of cards in his hand here. Let's see what he can do with them.
Obviously, Yuki's board doesn't have a lot to do against spells and traps, so being able to dig through his deck, hopefully for that branded lost, is very important.
There we go, that fusion deployment that Lachlan has started each turn with so far. Very powerful spell card. Opting to be able to summon a monster from deck. Lachlan just checking what he has in deck because he did activate that Pot of Desires by the looks of it. That resolves, going to be revealing a Grand Guignol, the Dusk Dragon, opting to summon a Blazing Cartesia from the deck. Let's see if it's in defense position again. In attack position this time. Now Yuqi here has an opportunity to activate the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, which he does, targeting that IP Masquerena to summon it.
Again, very powerful as a card, being able to access the SP as well as maybe some other things, but most likely that'll just be it for this one.
Normal summon Fallen of Albaz. Let's see if he activates the effect. He does, pitching.
I believe it was a Sarina, wasn't it?
That looks like another copy of Blazing Cartesia, to be honest. Going to negate that with the Appaloosa. No response from Lachlan. Going to activate that Blazing Cartesia effect. Let's see if Appaloosa decides to stop this one as well. is okay. Lachlan may be trying to bait the last Appaloosa negation here by doing that. Going to use the Blazing Cartesia and Aluba, the Jester of Despia here, to summon out a Grand Guignol, the Dust Dragon, in that beautiful Starlight rare by the looks of it.
Yeah, Lachlan's deck, I'm pretty sure, is mostly just max rarity.
Yeah.
Definitely a branded enthusiast.
So affluent. Grand Guignol is going to activate the effect, and that's going to get hit with the last Appaloosa negation. That's going to allow the Bestial Lubellion to go through uninterrupted by the looks of it. Yuqi thinking about any interactions he might have.
That's the power of not running your own hand traps interruptions, is that you get so many more chances to play through whatever they open.
So much engine allows you to really push through this very strong Snake Eye board. We're now going to search out that Bestial Magnuma. It's important to note here that if Yuqi does decide to use that IP Masquerena, Lachlan's going to have a chance to activate that Grand Guignol to summon a Despia monster from his deck, or
A Dogmatica from the extra deck.
yeah,
Or other way around?
other way around.
Other way around.
Other way around. A Despia monster from his extra deck, or a Dogmatica monster from his main deck, which does include that Guiding Quem, which always treats itself as a Dogmatica or a Despia monster.
Very important to get access to that branded fusion as well.
Yuqi thinking on resolution of the Bestial Lubellion search of Bestial Magnuma. Pondering a potential IP activation.
Can see Josh Vine lurking in the background of Lachlan's player cam just there.
A lovely TO for this event.
Done so much for the community as well. Continues to put too much effort into this game and for its players, and we are internally grateful.
Well, we will be once we get our Minerva.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and maybe even a prize card as well. Who knows?
Yeah. IP now going to go ahead and link summon on Lachlan's turn using that Flambeau's Dragon. Probably going to go into that SP Little Knight. I do think we chained the Flamberge, so we can chain the Pit Knight early to negate the effects of that Grand Guignol on the field. Really heads-up play here from Yuqi. Now it can activate and banish itself, but it won't resolve. So
Correct, yeah.
let's see if Lachlan picks up on that one. SP Little Knight now going to activate, targeting. Let's see what it targets. Could be that Bestial Lubellion, the one-of copy. You never know. Could be that Pot of Desires sitting at the bottom of Lachlan's graveyard.
Maybe, you never know.
Could be.
It's a spell for engage.
It certainly is.
Got Jason Huang in chat throwing some shade on Lachlan there for not interacting the same way.
The YCS champion has indeed spoken. SP Little Knight going to target that Fallen of Albaz on Lachlan's field by the looks of it. Flambeau's also going to be Chainlink 2 to summon back 2 fire monsters, level 1 fires from his graveyard.
Absolutely insane, the follow-up that this brings.
Fallen of Albaz gets banished there. We're going to summon back the Snake Eye Oak and Snake Eye Ash. New Chainlink. We're going to have Poplar to search. We're going to have Ash to search. And we're also going to have Oak to add back. That's crazy follow-up for Yuqi.
Seemingly the only interaction that Yuqi has left will be that SP Banish, but having a one face-down card and multiple cards in hand, I believe.
Adding back that Snake Eye Poplar from the grave with the Snake Eye Oak. Not being able to summon it, obviously, because he has a full board of Snake Eye and Link monsters. Again, passing priority back to Lachlan. Let's see what Lachlan can do with this. Looks like a bit of a tricky situation for him. But, you know, he might have a very cool spell in his hand to stop it.
Never know.
Lachlan asking very politely to see Yuki's graveyard. Making sure he knows everything that's in there, everything to play around, and everything that Yuki can have next turn. Magnamite is now going to target the IP Masquerena to summon itself. Going to chain the Wanted. Oh, he must have targeted the Diabell Star, specifically the Snake Eyes Diabell Star. Wanted's going to be able to add that back to the hand from the graveyard.
Allure
Now
of
going to activate
Darkness.
another Allure of Darkness.
Lachlan definitely hoping to draw into the branded fusion.
Yeah, certainly is.
Allure of Darkness so powerful in the branded deck, being able to banish things like the Mercuria as well.
Or even a
plus
Despian
infinite.
Tragedy. Going
Absolutely.
plus infinite with those cards. Both cards searching another card from his deck when they're banished. Lachlan going to draw 2 cards now with the Allure of Darkness and is going to banish maybe that Magnemite that he just used. Yep, there it goes. Let's see if you drew that very powerful branded fusion that we have up on your screen. Looks like he might have. Asking if Pit Knight has activated its effect, which it has. Can I activate branded opening? Yuqi says that's okay. Going to pitch something.
Spell.
It is a spell. Going to summon that Aluba the Jester of Despia. Now going to activate to search a branded spell or trap. I wonder what it'll be.
I reckon branded in red.
Oh.
Maybe.
Could be branded in red here to play around a potential Ash Blossom. And
Screams of the branded, maybe. It looks like it's getting negated, so we'll
Lachlan's
never
going to
see.
scoop as that Effect Veiler comes down on the Aluba the Jester of Despia, putting a stop to Lachlan's last potential play.
Game 1 going to Yuqi.
Elliot in the chat saying that he just beat Sharks in the top cut. Sorry, not top cut. Of the
Side event?
side event.
Is it the Edison or is it the
I can see him right now.
Advanced?
That is definitely the Kurikara Different Karna tournament.
There we go.
Very
We
proud,
can,
Elliot.
I don't know how to beat the snake, the Shark deck.
Neither. I hear Ragnar Zero is a really good card.
Maybe we'll get
Elliot apparently knows how. We
later
should get
to
him on
talk
and
about the
ask. Yeah.
matchup, yeah.
While players are siding, we can see a packed venue here at General Games Chirnside Park.
Yep.
We have, I think, 2 side events getting started already, and a third one going to be starting at 1 p.m. today. Or is it one? Or is that one event?
I believe this is all one event. I
Oh,
believe
wow,
this is
nice.
all for the Starlight Rare Kurikara Divine Carnate from Power of the Elements last year. That Elliot Harris might be able to win.
You can see both Jared and Leo on camera there, our judges.
Really,
after each
really
other,
backing
making
each
sure.
other, giving each other
Yeah.
water, yeah.
So it's
Supporting each other. We can see
absolutely.
another one of our top 8 duelists there, Alex Wong, watching his friend Camille there, watching this top cut feature match, the top 4.
The other top 4 match is still going on.
Yep.
That's,
Being overseen by our lovely head judge, Kara.
Yep. There's Josh Vine again, cruising through the background there.
Do you want to come around and say hi? Just give us a wave. No, come around.
Come. This is our wonderful tournament organizer, Josh Vine. There he is, in all his glory. Do you want to say something? How's the event going so far?
It's going very smoothly. There were almost no issues yesterday, which is fantastic, and today's going even better. So
Yeah, that's excellent. How many players do we have for the Kurikara?
I got 18 players for this.
18.
And then people are trickling in for Edison Wintermat and
Yeah.
the Standard Wintermat as well.
And what time are those at?
So we've got the Edison Wintermat at 1 p.m. and then the Advanced Constructor Wintermat at 1:30.
Excellent.
So plenty of time to come on down if you're not doing too much on this Sunday.
Shout out Brandon Pauly.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm going to head back to it, but good luck with
Excellent.
the rest of the stream, everyone.
Thanks for coming on, Josh.
Thanks for coming in, Josh. Right, it looks like we
should
still
have asked him about
have
the Minerva mats.
we
get
still
on to
have
later.
still have Yushi siding, but looks like Lachlan is shuffling up.
his deck, ready for
Takes a
game
while
2.
to shuffle 60 full cards.
It does take a
Absolutely.
while to shuffle 60 full cards.
I did it for OICS 2023, yeah?
Tealman format?
Absolutely. Playing
2023.
my absolute pile of a deck. It was a day. So I can know how Lachlan is feeling.
And being the studious player that he is and making sure the board stays nice and clear, we can also see him taking notes and having a notepad just there off to the side. Always the safest way to keep track of a game. Even with a judge there, it's always worthwhile having your own notes.
Maybe writing things down such as mandatory effects that you're allowed to take note of, or probably just life points in this case.
Yeah.
Points.
Shout out Nick Fu, my goat, in the chat room. We miss you, Nick. We love you, Nick.
Yep.
Shout out WFL.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Let's cut back up here.
Shout out
As
Lampy,
Yushi shuffle up as
who's
well.
watching this stream,
Hello, Lampy.
broadcasting our stream to another 143 people.
Keeps on. Wait, other one.
Thank you for
Can you
advertising our stream.
Also, all the results that you've been collecting from our events as
Yeah,
well,
from all the European events.
as well as the Australian. He's been
Yeah,
posting Australia
well,
Yu-Gi-Oh a lot.
Australia does fall under the European
Only just.
area of
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah. Duelists ready for game 2 now of top 4 of the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian State Championships. Brought to you by the lovely General Games Chirnside, presented to you by Risky Rollers.
Yeah, we're having a great time. If you're enjoying watching cards on stream and you want to see more competitive card game events covered in Australia, make sure you're liking, subscribing, commenting down below, joining the chat room. It all tells us that you want more of this. Now, where are we starting here?
We're starting with Alubra, the Jester of Despia normal summon, searching that branded fusion, which we can pull up on the stream right now. This is a full combo for Lachlan here. Really powerful card. Let's see if Yuqi has an interaction for it. Does not have that Ash Blossom here, unfortunately.
Very unfortunate from Yuki's side, but we'll see how it goes from here.
Dom saying that Tomshi fan club clears, which just isn't true.
No.
Oh. Shout out Dom for being wrong. Karma. Going to be sending that Fallen of Elbaz and that Bissell Lubellion now to fusion summon a Albion the Blazing Dragon now.
Shout out apparently Lampy being up at 3:44 a.m. in Germany.
He's on a 24-hour stream at the moment, I believe.
Ooh.
On that grind.
Make sure to hit that follow button on him. He's very, very good. Really aspire looking up to him as a caster.
Yeah.
Casts all the European YCSs. Now using that Albion and the Fallen of Elbaz and a Luba that was on the field into a Lubellion, the Searing Dragon, which is going to get hit with a Ghost, Mourner, and Moonlit Chill.
Very important here, especially no Cartesia on the field to dodge that
Can't
effect.
dodge that effect. Now, what did he discard for the Lubellion? I can't tell, but we're going to tribute the Albion for the effect of Bestial Lubellion. Notably doesn't activate. It's just a summoning condition. Activating the Lubellion effect to place the branded Lost from the deck. Another really cool and powerful card for the branded deck that prevents a little bit of interaction from the side of Yuqi and allows Lachlan's plays to go through unfazed.
Just like the old Magical Meltdown back in the day. Very, very powerful card, especially with
it has the exact same text on it.
Just opposite. Searches later.
Yeah, it does search later. But in terms of preventing activations, that's the exact same text. Gonna go ahead and set 2 cards before we move to the end phase. Gonna activate that Allure of Darkness now.
Boring play from Lachlan here, not keeping the cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Obviously not confident on what he'll be drawing,
Definitely
but that's
not
okay.
a Chad move. Ultimate play would have been to discard his whole hand on resolution of this. That would have been really cool. Now, Yuqi cutting the deck before Lachlan draws 2 cards. Let's see what he can get out of this. You know, a Mercury here, a Despian Tragedy here would be crazy. Going to discard the rest of his hand. Yuqi, obviously, on screen, very happy about that. Going to see that branded in red go to the graveyard there, but he's drawn off the Allure of Darkness.
Ooh, that Foolish Burial actually important here. If the branded red is in the graveyard now.
Apparently, Elliot had a magical meltdown yesterday after losing a match in Swiss. Thanks for pointing that one out, Freddie. Now we're going to go ahead and activate that Foolish Burial on the side of Lachlan, probably sending a Despian Tragedy. No, we're going to go for the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. So many Albions in this deck. Albion now going to send that branded Retribution from the deck and putting itself back onto the bottom.
Maybe adding back that branded red back to his hand, but we'll see.
That would be very good. Going to go back to the bottom of the deck. He's not going to draw a card here because it was not from the hand. There we see that Retribution effect. Adding back that branded in red, yes. And now setting it straight away. Maybe looking to pass turn here, we'll see. No cards in hand. 2 cards set, passing turn here.
A pretty underwhelming board in comparison to his other ones, but we'll see how it
But,
is.
you know, Branded is a deck that's known for being able to play a lot on its opponent's turn. It seems like he has a trap card there. Going to activate that Fusion Duplication
Massive
here. Copying that
here.
Branded Fusion now. Yuqi just double checking what is in Lachlan's grave. So for those of you who don't know, this Fusion Duplication is going to banish Branded Fusion from Lachlan's graveyard and then copy the effect of Branded Fusion.
So it's like a fusion-specific transaction rollback.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't believe Yuki will have a reaction. Not being able to Ash Blossom this as well is massive.
Can I Ash Blossom this because it just copies the effect?
Exactly, just like
However,
Verte.
You could Dedecrow this.
If he does
It
have the
banish
Crow.
for effect, and it must banish. Do not see either of those coming down here. Glad there's no Ash Blossom coming down on this because that would be
Disastrous.
Yep.
Yeah.
A little bit of an illegal activation.
That's okay. That happens.
You can see Alex in the background of Yuki's face cam watching the match. You can see Elliot Harris in the background of Lachlan's camera.
You can actually, yeah.
Yeah, after
Just in the
winning a
top
game
right
against
there.
Sharks just then.
The redemption.
He's actual chronically online individual right now in our chat room. Banishing. Ooh, we have Cosmic Cyclone, the branded in red now. But we are resolving that branded fusion from fusion duplication. Now there's going to be no branded in red this turn, unfortunately, for Lachlan, due to the Cosmic Cyclone. Yuki going to be paying 1,000 life points for that one.
Most likely turning off any puppet that may be coming here.
Which, well, I'm quite thankful for.
Absolutely.
Yuki taking a sip of his water. It's important to keep hydrated during these long rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Long tournaments that we play.
High stakes here with 20 minutes remaining on the clock as well. We are
nice
in
rating.
game 2.
Greetings, Han Lin, tuning in from Canberra. Great to have you here.
Elliot saying that he hates Canberra. That's not very nice. Should love the way you live. There we go. Fusion duplication going to send the Fallen of Albaz from deck and the Libellion from field to summon a Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon.
Hi chat. How much is the flights to Perth? Because I'm currently busy and I cannot look.
Wow, is there a Yu-Gi-Oh! Box tournament in Perth? Good
Possibly.
games, Morley,
Maybe
you know?
I just want to see Harrison Neeshaw.
Yeah, I also want to see Harrison Neeshaw at the 2024 Oceanic WCQ in Auckland, New Zealand at the end of next month, of which our first place competitor today will be receiving a free flight to, thanks to Konami. Yuki now going to activate Pressured Planet Wraithoth to search for a Cash Tier monster. Notably going to give all his monsters an attack boost, dependent on the amount of attributes on the field. Yes. Mirror Jade, obviously not a very good card into the Cash Tier deck. Fortunately for Lachlan, though, Yuki is not playing Cash Tier. He's playing Snake Eye, utilizing a Cash Tier engine. Probably going to search for a Cash Tier Unicorn here. There we go, Cash Tier Fenrir and the lovely OTS Ultimate Rare from OTS 21, I believe.
Yes, the same thing as, I believe, Branded Fusion and Per Lily, maybe?
No, that was one after. This
Oh,
OTS 21 had Rhino Heart and Sprite Blue as well in it.
true.
Yuki going to special summon Fenrir. Lachlan going to respond with the activation of Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. Sending 4 costs, a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz from his grave. That one's going to be Albion, the Blazing Dragon, banishing that Fenrir before Yuki gets a chance to search.
Notably, nothing left on Lachlan's field.
No, 1 card in hand. Oh, triple
talents.
Tactics Talents coming down, stealing that Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. Now activating Bonfire. This is big for Yuki. Searching Snake Eye Ash, normal summoning Snake Eye Ash, proceeding to full combo. This is really, really bad for Lachlan. Searching Poplar, summoning Poplar. You know, no Imperm coming down from the side of Lachlan. Probably wishes there was, but there isn't. Grabbing that, looks like Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Yes, adding that one to his hand, gonna activate that later on, placing a Snake Eye monster face up as a continuous spell in his spell and trap zone, and giving all his level 1 fires an extra 1,100 attack points.
Absolutely insane. Reading
Just making sure if he
Mirror
links this one off, it will not trigger its effect.
Yeah.
Very important to note of.
Elliot offering some coaching down there in chat, in case you want to learn how to handle sharks.
Yep. I also offer coaching at $200 an hour.
Yep.
I have very good resume of 1 YCS top.
Absolute
not very good.
Hurley goat.
Not as good as our lovely Destiny here. Been
I-
playing for a long time, a very good player.
2 YCS tops. I will coach you in playing, I don't know,
For
Orcus.
$400.
$400.
Every YCS top is $200 you can add to
Absolutely.
your hourly rates. Now we're going to see Poplar be linked off into the dark. Now setting itself in the spell and trap zone. Now going to... Something has happened. The race-off has disappeared.
Maybe being sent with the...
There we go. There it is.
Yes.
Yuqi getting a little bit of ahead of himself with the actions, but now Divine Temple with the Snake Eye playing Snake Eye's Diabell Star in the Spell and Trap Zone. That's going to be able to summon itself by placing a fire monster from his grave into as a continuous spell. Yuqi obviously a little bit excited here, but must remain cool, calm, and collected as he tries to attempt to find lethal damage here against Lachlan in top 4, game 2.
It's worth pointing out the chat is some of them encouraging Lachlan to scoop here, but I will point out it's always worthwhile giving your opponent the opportunity to make a mistake.
Yuqi here may mess up and miss game.
Yeah. It's also possible he just doesn't quite get enough damage on board in order
is
to
going to
deal
push
with
that Lubellion into the Spell and Trap Zone. Snake Eyes Diabell Star going to be summoning itself. Notably, Ash here is 1900, I believe, due to the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Yeah, Lachlan has scooped in game 2 of top 4. Yuqi has 2-0'd the branded deck with his Snake Eye Kashtira strategy. Moving on to the finals. Now that is 2 finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian State Championship. 2 years in a row for Yuqi. Last year finishing 2nd place, playing Labyrinth against Tom Shee, playing his Kashtira deck. Let's see if he can go all the way this year.
time.
Well, yeah, thank you to both players for coming on, and hope you guys all enjoyed that match. With Lachlan now being bumped out of the top 2, which will be up next, we might try and get him on to actually go through his deck, because if chat would be keen to see that 60-card pile of branded cards.
Yeah.
We might grab Yuqi first to see if he wants to have a chat ahead of the final.
Yes, we'll see how Yuqi feels going into the 2nd final in a row. This Cosmic Cyclone that is showing his opponent now really put in a lot of work that game, stopping that branded in red from being able to activate effectively and efficiently.
Absolutely. Lachlan not being able to build a real board against the Snake Eye deck. This Cosmic absolutely put in the work.
All right, we will be back very shortly with those players to have a quick chat before the next round.
Certainly will. Alrighty, we are back after our top 4 match of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian 2024 State Championship with Lachlan Murphy. Just coming out of the tournament, coming up a bit short against Yuqi, against Snake Eye in that match. Talk to us.
Yeah, that match was definitely rough. I was not expecting him to put in Cosmics, and I just fumbled a bit at the end. Nerves of being on stream happens, rather now than at Oshi's.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're still going to Oshi's, that's completely...
Yeah, 100%.
Yep. So, Cosmic Cyclone, did that mess you up a lot or just a little bit?
If I played correctly, it wouldn't have mattered. It's just that I messed up, and the Cosmic was literally the reason I couldn't do my full game plan.
Yep.
If I actually set a card off Albion, it didn't matter, because then I would have actually had a target engrave, and I would have been able to make Sanctifier anyway.
Yep. Now, you had a card in hand as well.
Mercuria, it was added
correct.
off.
Yeah.
So as soon as he talents took my Mirror Jade,
It was turned off, that's why.
it turned everything off. I was debating sending Rindbrum.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Do you think there was room to send a Rinbrum, and then after Yuqi takes your Mirror Jade with his triple tactics challenge, do you think there's room to then make another Mirror Jade?
I thought about it, but at the end of the day, I'd have no resources. I wouldn't have any way to get back into the game if it got back to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's understandable.
Yeah. Well, top 4 is still nothing to laugh at. You've done very well this weekend.
Yeah, I'm
How
still
do you feel?
surprised. Very, very surprised.
Very surprised. Are you happy?
I'm very happy.
Very happy. Well, you've done very, very well. How do you feel about Oceans next month?
I'm debating just putting this deck box away for a month and just taking the exact same list.
Well, that's an interesting strategy. Do we have any new cards out for the Oceanic WCQ later?
We do, but I don't know if there's anything for branded.
I think we get Terminal World, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
We get, which will be for Ritual Beast, which might be a real deck actually.
Which deck?
For the event.
Ritual Beast, another shifter deck in the format.
Maybe I do have to sort my build.
Maybe you might have to. You know, shifter putting a stop to your cards like Albion the Shrouded Dragon.
Yeah, Shifter's definitely weird, because Branded has been known to play it in the past.
Yeah.
When I went to YCS earlier this year, I played a build with Shifter. It just depends on what build you go. I went with a very gas build that didn't care about anything. I'm just going to go and do my thing.
Yeah.
Well, if it's any condolences to you, even if you did send a Rinbrum, our YCS champion Jason Wong is saying that one Snake Eye Ash beat that board and killed you anyway. So,
I just had...
I guess.
It happens.
It happens.
I messed up. Won't do it again.
That's okay. Next year you can win state championships. Yes.
That's the goal.
That's the goal. All right, well, thank you for coming on. Anything else you want to say?
Not too much. I just want to shout out my friends who supported me, made sure I wasn't coping too much. They made sure I didn't play a lot of bad cards like I was going to.
Well, you've done well. Do you want to show us a bit of the deck? This massive 60-card pile.
I'd love to.
Yeah, okay.
It's definitely a mess
All right, let's switch to that
of just
format. There we go.
random cards.
Well, let's show us this mess of random cards. It's done pretty well, so it's
It
probably
has-
not too random.
It has done pretty well. A lot of the cards mentioned before, just the core cards of the deck. Brand Fusion, obviously, and the not-so-common Desires as of right now.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting coming down. I did not expect that to come down, but it clearly served you well all weekend.
Yeah, Desires, in my mind, Branded will play basically 3 of everything.
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter too much.
Yep.
The only time it matters is if you banish your win condition, like Puppet. But Branded end boards usually can beat a lot of decks without Puppet.
Even without Puppet, you know, resolving Mirror Jade 2, even 3 times a turn is really, really strong.
It is, and a lot of people will also always try to play around the Puppet, thinking I'm just going to send it later,
Yep.
and they just outplay themselves, which is very interesting to watch. One of my games during the actual event, I had someone just completely refuse to play the game because they thought I was just going to Puppet them, even though it was banished off Desires.
Oh, wow.
Absolute mind games coming from Lachlan.
Certainly. I love a bit of good mind games, you know, a bit of siding games.
Yeah.
A lot of the cards that came up clutch as well was Droplet.
Lovely ultimate rare. Forbidden Droplet. That was really good in your top 8 match against Douglas.
Yeah, this is usually how you beat the Snake Eye deck.
Yep.
During one of my games in the event, I Droplet sent 5,
Yo,
negated
wow.
everything.
Was one of those cards a branded fusion on the field?
No, actually. He preemptively sent, I'll summoned a ton of things, and I droplet sent Retribution and Brand Fusion from hand
Okay.
with High Spirits and opening on field.
Yeah. That's really
After activating a Law and getting a Tragedy. I had 9 cards in my hand when I activated droplets. And that's just the fun of this list.
Yeah, well, branded is a very fun deck to play, especially this wonderful 60-card variant.
It definitely is very, very chaotic.
Yep.
One of the cards I didn't see enough today was Called by.
By the grave. That's okay. Can't expect to see a one-of in a 60-card deck too often. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you can expect to see this cross-out designator a bit more often.
Well, the thing is cross-out.
Quarter Century Seeker rare? Yep.
Yeah, I got one the other day.
It only just came out the other day.
Yeah.
A wonderful new Rarity Collection 2 that came out over the weekend.
Yeah.
Yep.
One of the best cards in today's deck was actually the High Spirits.
Yep.
I love this card to death.
Me too. D3S from Goaded. Skibbity.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. Half the time, if someone ashes your Brand Fusion, you have nothing.
Yep.
High Spirits with any dragon is usually still puppet lock.
Yep.
And a lot of people just don't expect it and don't know why it's happening. And I also,
very, very good card.
yeah. It's literally just gas. I'm playing no monsters. One of the really weird things I'm playing is 1 polymerization for the Agent package.
I noticed that in the deck profile, but playing 60 cards, obviously you shouldn't be seeing it.
Well, it's not that you don't want to see it. It also just turns off your second patchwork. So the only reason I was playing Magnum was just to put it back and keep using it.
That's a really, really cool interaction.
You'll probably notice I'm not playing a lot of the common things like Dracostapalia or...
No Dracostapalia. That is insane.
No Dracostapalia. I can go more in depth on the decision when I do an actual deck profile.
Yep.
But Dracostapalia just seems really bad compared to this. This card won me so many games, and especially in the heavy back row matchups, it just feels amazing.
Yep.
Same thing with Deployment. I was very tempted to play 3 Deployment coming into the event.
Yep.
I ended up deciding not to, so I could play Crossout instead.
Yep. So how many deployments did you end up playing? Just 2?
Just 1.
Just 1.
I wanted to play 3.
Oh, you saw it a lot. I thought you were playing it at 3.
I actually saw it so much.
Yeah.
Even though it's very uncommon, I'm also only playing 1 Tragedy and 1 Merc with the Allures and Goldsark. I probably should have played more.
That's all right. Well, it's the 1-1 has done you well this weekend.
It has, because it just feels really bad to open.
Yeah. It certainly does, without that allure. Yep.
Yeah, and I ended up just maxing out on some Bestials. So the Serenia and the Magnamutes have been coming up really well today and yesterday.
Yep.
It really weakens the Snake Eyes end board as well.
Certainly does, being able to banish that IP Masquerena that is targeted with a Flambeau effect.
Yeah, but it also just gives you a lot of engine.
Yeah.
Magnamute being able to just add any dragon.
Having Albaz from the deck.
Adds Albaz, adds Shrouded, adds so many just useful cards. Obviously the Rebellion that searches them and is a core engine
It
piece.
certainly is. Being able to send it with a branded fusion.
And obviously
Branded lost.
the evil win condition.
The evil win condition in the main deck.
Evil win condition in the main deck.
Now, did you draw this going second at all today?
Yes.
Yes.
And it was insane.
Oh, it was good going second.
Yes.
Okay.
So the whole goal of having Puppet in the main deck is just for Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
So a lot of the games I have against Snake Eyes, you just have to puppet them going second or you lose the game.
Yeah.
In my game 1, I actually had Puppet set up if he didn't have Veiler, because my last card in hand was a Crossout, but I don't play Effect Veiler. So if he did have the Ash for Brand New Fusion, I still puppeted him.
Yep.
But it is what it is. I got punished for not playing more targets,
They
but
always seem to have the Ash. Always seem to have the Ash.
and the 1 Ash that I opened a lot.
Well, that's good. Not if they have Ash.
Not if
Good
they
for
have
you
Ash.
If they don't, I guess.
And that's one of the reasons I also decided to play Kit.
Yep.
So Kit with High Spirits is also your only way to get Brand New Fusion off it.
Yeah.
And it comes up a lot in testing.
Yeah.
but it also just being able to put back Ash Blossom for cross out makes it really good.
That's a really good, really cool deck building decision. Being able to play the kit to put back the Ash Blossom. So
Yeah,
cross out can go through. Yeah.
Besides that, there's not a lot of other interesting things. The spice for Tenpai was also the Albulenitus.
Yes. Yep.
So going first, just setting an Albaz, contact fusing their whole board is really good. It's also really good in the Snake Eyes matchup, just being able to beat over all the little Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
Because Flameberge, Hope Harbinger is usually what they end on sometimes. Contact fuse both of those, gets 3 attacks.
Yep.
Fashions the Appaloosa as well.
It does, and that's very, very important. As well as Sprind. So High Spirits showing puppets and Sprind is also really good.
Yeah.
Now, how do you feel about the Sprint only having a common printing?
Don't remind me.
Mind you.
I almost didn't play it.
Because of that reason?
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Please rarity bump Konami.
Please.
What else do we have in that action deck?
One Guardian Chimera.
Chimera in the beautiful new quarter-century secret rare.
Yeah, just your normal Despian monsters. Obviously the Magnum. I decided not to play Dragoon because I didn't want to play with the extra Brit. I wanted to play 2 Grand Granol, but it ended up not mattering unless I played 2 Quem.
Yeah.
Which is something I might consider for the future. But I'm also playing a lot of Despia monsters in this list. Oh, not Despia monsters, Albaz fusions.
Yeah.
So I'm playing
2,
around
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 there. 9 and 10. That's
10.
a lot of Albaz fusions.
Normally, I play with around 8, but for this event, I just wanted as much versatility as possible, especially because we're playing in Australia, you can see a lot of random decks.
Very roguish. Yeah.
Oh,
Down under.
Down under,
Down under.
out of all my matches, I'm pretty sure I have 6 Snake Eyes,
Yep.
and then the rest was just random rogue.
Well, I didn't lose to Snake Eye all weekend.
Neither did I.
Yeah, so...
Must be nice.
Yeah, it is pretty nice. You know who did lose to Snake Eye on the weekend? Elliot Harris lost to Snake Eye on the weekend.
To Ryan Slot,
Elliot
right?
Harris lost this weekend. Yep.
I did verse Elliot.
And he did lose to Brandon. That's pretty funny. Well, thank you for coming on. Thank you for showing us the deck.
Thank you so much for having me. I'll make sure to do an actual deck profile and go a bit more in depth.
That's okay.
Absolutely.
Well, you've done very well this weekend.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much.
Now, let's see if we can't go get you your prizing.
Oh?
And we'll be off to Top Cut soon for the finals match, I believe.
Be on to the finals shortly.
Good luck to everyone in Top Cut.
Very generous of you.
Easy.
And we are back heading into the final round, the grand finals of the Victorian 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! State Championship. I've got Yuqi here, our finals competitor who just won on stream. How do you feel going into the last round?
A bit nervous. To be fair, I'm just here. I was planned to just came here for one round, which was top 8, but didn't thought I can make this far.
Yeah, well, you've made it this far, and this is your second year in a row playing in the finals of state championships.
Yeah.
So you've got a pretty good record here. Do you feel confident in your ability to win this year?
I'm not too sure. Depends on the luck.
Yeah, well, playing against Tenpai, it can be a bit like that sometimes, can't it?
Yes.
Do you feel comfortable against the match, even if it wasn't a finals?
Against the Tenpai,
Yeah.
how comfortable? I would say like 60% I'm comfortable. Depends on hands and all different situations and what hand trap he is using. Yeah, but I would say pretty comfortable about it. Yes.
Okay. Well, you've done well to make it this far, and then we'll get our final match going shortly, but thank you for coming on for a couple short questions, and we'll have you back on feature soon. And hopefully,
Thank you.
you can come out on top this time.
Hopefully.
Praying.
Bye-bye.
are back with Don Lee. Just won his top 4 game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian 2024 State Championships. Moving on to the final round, hoping to become the crowned Victorian champion. How do you feel?
Good.
Good? You feel confident?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
I'm winning.
Let's go.
It's fine. I'm winning. Like, I came here today with the mentality to win, and it's gonna happen.
Bro's got
the
killer
energy.
mindset.
This is what we've got.
Yeah, I like this. So you're feeling good. Your deck's good. Obviously, you've come this far with it. You feel really confident with your deck. How long have you been playing the deck? Because it's really new.
Maybe 3 weeks since
weeks?
release.
Since its release, okay.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite card in it?
Favorite card? Oh, the Big Dragon. Super Transcendent. Yeah, that's the one.
Now, Trident Dragon.
Yeah.
Did you have your own, or did you ask your friend? Because I know you're a bit of a veteran player. Were you playing like 2010 kind of format?
I didn't. I played like from 2015-ish up to then 2016.
And then you took a break, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then you've come back pretty recently.
Yeah.
So you've done well to come this far, being a recent returner to the game.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, well, you've got a killer mindset ahead of you, and I think we're almost ready to start our final match, so we'll get you to go take your place and hopefully see you become champion of Victoria.
Thank you.
Good worries, thanks for coming on.
G'day everybody, we are back for the final round of the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! State Championships. This is going to be pretty wild. We have Don Lee and Yuqi Lee from last round.
Yep.
playing off, we have Tenpai and Snake Eyes.
Yes, we definitely have Yuqi back on the Snake Eye deck, which we just saw, and we have Don, who we haven't seen this weekend, on your right-hand side for viewing pleasure, playing the Tenpai deck. Our players are all good to start, and we'll shift over that camera right now. The players have already rolled the dice, and now they're going to draw their starting 5 cards.
We have Don Lee, obviously left-handed, so he's got the deck on the bottom side of the screen there, as well as Yuqi. So that should be interesting to see there. We had a little bit of a conversation with the judges beforehand, but as per the Konami policy document, that's completely fine.
All right, it looks like Don's starting off with a pot of prosperity, so it seems like Yuqi must have won the dice roll and forced Don to go first in the Tenpai deck, which, as we know, isn't great, often results in the wonderful Seals pass.
Oh, we haven't seen it all day, but
Is it time?
we probably will.
I certainly hope so. I love spheres.
He is my boy. So obviously prosperity for 6 here.
Extra deck not being too important in the Tenpai deck, apart from your Synchro monsters and Seals, of course. Gonna reveal a Cosmic Cyclone in the main deck, a Tenpai Dragon Pydra, a Sangan Kaiman, a Cashier Fenrir, Infinite Impermanence, and another Cosmic Cyclone, both in those beautiful ultimate OTS rares. Gonna take the Kashtira Fenrir there.
Again, a very powerful card we've seen all weekend.
We've seen the Kashtira tech in Tenpai in almost all the Tenpai matches.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful board presence to leave it with going into your opponent's turn.
Definitely is. Don going to summon that Fenrir in defense position, activate the effect, probably just to search another Kashtira Fenrir. Obviously, it can summon itself, which is really good. Gives him near infinite follow-up.
Absolutely, and a free discard outlet as well if he does have the field spell.
Yeah. Going to activate that Sangan Kaiman. Going to go ahead and search probably the Tenpai Dragon Pydra, which he revealed earlier.
Hydra will come out, searching for the field spell now.
Yep. Sangan summoning will hit the field now, replacing nothing, because there was no field spell prior. Sangan summoning now on the screen for your viewing pleasure. Going to activate the effect to search a Tenpai monster and then discard a card. Probably that Fenrir that he just searched.
Adding the Chandra so he can summon it from his hand to make the best card in the deck.
In the game, I want to say.
Absolutely.
Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres may be coming down. Activate the effect to summon itself because he controls a Tenpai Dragon monster.
Fire Dragon.
Fire Dragon, sorry, yeah. Very generic. Going to link those two off.
2 Dragon effect.
Can we see it? Is it
4
coming?
Seals.
There we
Seals,
go.
Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, offering Don a little bit of interaction during Yuki's turn. Not a lot, but it might be enough.
Might be.
Gonna
I
set
remember when Seals
two-
Tiding
he's
was
setting
an
2.
FTK.
Seals Tiding is very good. Now we're going to set 2 cards there. Yuki's going to cut Don's deck, and we're going to pass turn. Yuki's going to draw for turn. Let's see what he's got.
Double checking what he's banished face down there as well.
Yuki just thinking about his plays. Maybe Don's got something here. Really pondering the moves here. Got a wonderful head judge Kara there that you can see in Yuki's face cam. Doing a wonderful job all weekend, making sure all the players are playing correctly and legally.
Joshua
We do
Vine.
have both Kara and Josh invigilating this game just to make sure that any possible errors or illegal plays are caught immediately.
Certainly. Yuki going to now start off with the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
And we see the Cosmic hitting it now.
Cosmic Cyclone in the main deck, paying 1,000 to attempt to banish it face down. We're going to chain the Forbidden Droplet, sending the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, opting to negate probably that Kashtira Fenrir, I want to say. Either way that this goes down, this Divine Temple is not resolving with effect.
It will not be there. Not being able to respond with spell cards might not be relevant here, but obviously he can chain the spheres if he's afraid of it being negated, but we can see that the droplet is now resolving.
Not too sure what is negated just yet. Maybe Yuki's still thinking about that one. Let's see what comes down. Gonna negate the
Going for
Fenrir
this.
by the looks of it. Or maybe the Seals. We've negated the Seals by the looks of that. Worried more about that bounce than that banish face down. Yuki just taking a look at his extra deck, making sure he knows what line he wants to take here.
Honestly, the temple not being on the field,
It's gone ahead and
he's
gonna
conceded. He's
scoop.
opened my hand at YCS every time. Double flame verge, it looked like.
Game 1 going to...
Don Lee.
Don Lee, yes. Despite being going first, that double flamberge in hand is very unfortunate.
All right, so game 1 going to Tenpai there.
Very quick, under 5-minute match, game right there.
We can see in the background here of our players sideboarding, we've got the side event going on for the win a
Starlight Rare Kurikara Div Incarnate from Power of the Elements.
Very nice.
I wonder if it's first edition.
I think it is.
It should be. Because Power of the Elements is one of the recent sets that has had an unlimited unlimited printing. Starlights don't come in unlim. Our wonderful
there
TO
we
Josh
go.
has just told me.
I believe it was sitting in the cabinet from Frankston for quite a while. My eye was on it.
Maybe after that Ultimate Rare printing came out, people didn't want it anymore.
No.
I still think it's the highest rarity and most beautiful copy you can pick up of that Starlight Rare Kurikara Div Incarnate.
And one of our players will be winning it today. Hopefully
I wonder
we'll
if
be able to
Elliot
see
Harris has been knocked out of that tournament.
it. He's still in it.
Elliot takes these W's all day, except in the main event, but
But that is okay.
that is okay. He's going to win this Kurikara and he's going to give it to me as petrol money.
With the Minerva mat as well.
Certainly that beautiful top cut, top 16 state championship national Minerva playmat.
We keep on
You can
talking
see
about...
judges conferring in the background there. We've got Leo and Kara. Josh just out of frame towards us as well.
Certainly.
We keep on talking about the Minerva mat, but also the winner of this match will be getting a prize card as well.
They will. That Another Verse Glutonia, beautiful prize card that is featured on the top cut of the YCS playmats.
Really?
You know who doesn't have one of those playmats?
Me.
Elliot Harris
That
does not
too.
have one of those playmats.
So that's okay.
That's okay.
Because now he has the Minerva mat.
He does have that beautiful Minerva mat. Both players still siding here. Looks like Don's shuffling up. Yuki's still thinking about what he wants to bring in. There's a couple cards he might want to bring in this matchup. Maybe we can have a little bit of discussion about that one, just quietly. Some things he might want to bring in here. He's probably going to make Don go first again, as we know the Tenpai deck is not great at going first. Some things that Don might want to go in for going first. Maybe he's going to side in a couple copies of Dimension Shifter, which I can bring up just now.
Very powerful card. We've
Very
seen
powerful
all
card.
weekend, being able to halt most turns as well.
Seen it for a long time now, being popping in and out of different formats. Dimension Shifter is a very strong card at preventing graveyard-centric strategies like the Snake Eye deck. Notably, Camille does play Kashtira cards that will be able to get around this a little bit and give him a little bit more push if this does happen to get dropped on him. But unfortunately, with the limiting last year of Cyframe Gamma, there's not much Camille will be able to do to this going
Only
first.
the Melodious deck has it out with their Herald of Orange Light.
Yes,
But every other deck has to take the brunt unless they have a Call by the Grave.
but not if it gets dropped on them when they're going second,
Absolutely.
unfortunately. So duelists here just shuffling up. Both of them have finished side decking for this Game 2 of the final match of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2024 Victorian State Championships. The player here will be crowned champion, receiving that Another Verse Glutonia super rare prize card, I believe, a nice champion plaque, and a wonderful trip to Auckland, New Zealand in 1 month's time, just about. Players are ready, going to draw their starting 5 cards for this second game here.
Most likely Don Lee going first.
Yuki probably making Don go first this match with the Tenpai deck. So we might get to see another Heretic Seal at 7 years. Yuki has started with the Kashtira Unicorn hitting the field. So he's opted to go first. Maybe a bit of mind games against Don here. This Kashtira Unicorn being able to special summon itself for free like all the other Kashtira cards. We'll be able to search a Kashtira Birth later in the turn, but he's going to normal summon Poplar, use that effect to search Original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye.
Playing under any draws that might be in here.
Yes, he's now opted to use secondly use the Kashtira Unicorn to search Kashtira Birth, which is give him a free card on the field to send to the graveyard for a Snake Eye effect. And also a free body later on the turn if he uses this Kashtira Unicorn as link fodder. Notably, this Kashtira Unicorn will be able to rip a card from Don's extra deck if Don activates a monster effect while it's on the field, but it is no longer on the field because it's being used as a link summon here. Let's see what he makes.
The last time in the weekend, most likely the IP.
That is-
Masquerena hitting the field.
Yes, and that beautiful alt art in that not so beautiful premium gold rare. Poplar now activating its effect to place itself as a continuous spell face up in Yuki's spell and trap zone. Let's see what he does next. He does have that original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye that he can use the Poplar to send. We're going to activate Kashtira Birth. Use its effect to bring back that Kashtira Unicorn by the looks of it. Don may be thinking about an interaction, maybe a Ghost Ogre. That's going to resolve. Unicorn's going to come back out, and now we're using the original Sinful Spoils to send these Poplar, which is going to get hit with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, shutting that down. Now Unicorn's going to activate its effect to have a peek at Don's extra deck and banish one of those cards face down.
very important
Could
here.
we see the Trident Dragion disappearing now?
Possibly the
We
only
could.
one copy, I believe, that is in the extra deck.
Well, maybe his friend only had one copy that he asked to borrow.
Having a think about it there, there are a couple of cards here that can interrupt what the Tenpai player might want to do.
Gonna get rid of that Sangenpai Bident Dragion.
Definitely
Saying
important
goodbye
card.
to that one.
I believe he's playing 2 in the extra deck, but you might be wanting to keep the unicorn for the next turn to
Have a look
take
at
it
this
out
one.
again. Yes.
Yep, Don is definitely playing 2 copies of Sangenpai. Yuki obviously wanting to rip one next turn as well. Going to activate the triple tactics talents to draw 2 cards after that Ash Blossom has been activated. Pot of Greed, quite a good card.
Absolutely amazing.
It's banned for a reason, but here we have it in the form of triple tactics talent.
With 2 other options.
Yes.
Some would say a better card, potentially.
Unfortunate for Yuki, you're just going to set 1 card there and pass turn over to Don.
Ouch.
Honestly, the board here is still very good. Having that Cashier Unicorn to rip out another card potentially, as well as the IP.
Yep. Do you have the option to IP into SP to banish a card from Don's field or graveyard, and then additionally banish another 2 monsters from the field, including 1 from Yuki's field, until the end of the turn. Don just thinking about his plays now. Not sure what he wants to go for first. Going to start with a special summon of Kashtira Fenrir. This one. We'll be able to search another Kashtira monster.
He's having a think here if he wants to leave it on the field or let it resolve.
Now, that will be rough here, because if he activates the effect to search, Yuki will be able to activate the effect to rip out of the extra deck that second copy of Sangenpai Bident Dragion. So maybe he doesn't want to search here. Despite Yuki's board appearing pretty weak, it's almost a difficult position for Don to navigate out of.
Absolutely. We
Yeah.
have 1 face down as well that we don't, and I believe Yuki's hand is completely full. It can be a plenty of hand traps that he might have sided board-ited in.
Well, having not many extenders on the Snake Eye deck, you'd imagine that there's so many hand traps that get chocked full in that deck list. Yuki just having a look at his extra deck, making sure he wants to know how he wants to perform his next turn, his follow-up, so he knows what to interact with this turn. It's going to say that Fenrir's summon is okay. We're going to go to battle phase here. Fenrir's going to declare an attack into IP Masquerena and use its effect, targeting the Kashtira Unicorn. Now this clears both of them, but it's going to get hit with a skill drain. Paying 1,000 to... Oh, Cosmic Cyclone comes down in response, paying another 1,000 to banish that skill drain before it can resolve.
Absolutely massive here. Having the unicorn banished face down means it won't be on the field to resolve its effect on the next chain,
Yes.
and the IP is also being destroyed.
Certainly. More than that, Kashtira Birth will not be able to summon back the Kashtira Unicorn because it is banished face down. It is no longer counted as a Kashtira monster. That Cosmic Cyclone from Don Lee really coming in clutch there to stop that powerful skill drain from Yuki. Yuki here passing priority here. Back to Don. Don just thinking about what he wants to do in main phase 2.
Donley, if he has the quick play spell, he might be able to draw it out here.
He might be able to attack for game if he has a quick play. Not looking like it, going to main phase 2, activating the Kashtira Fenrir, probably just to search another copy of Fenrir. Let's see what it is. There it is, Kashtira Fenrir. Back in Don's hand. This looks like a bit of an awkward spot for Yuki. We know he doesn't have a lot of extenders, so this Fenrir, next turn, might be able to just put a stop to his entire play. Let's see how this pans out. Don passing turn there with just a Fenrir on the field, a Fenrir in hand, and maybe a lot of interactions in his hand.
Now, the original Sinful Spoils effect in the graveyard, targeting the Poplar to be able to search for any Snake Eye card from the deck.
Yep, and then Poplar will be placed back on the bottom of the deck. This is probably going to search for Snake Eye Ash. One powerful card that we've seen many times this weekend. Perhaps this one gets hit with a Veiler this time. You never know. We haven't seen many Snake Eye Ashes resolved this weekend.
But when they have been devastating.
Certainly, we saw Yuki be able to kill our top 4 competitor Lachlan through this Snake Eye Ash quite easily, I might say. So if this resolves, it could be very bad for Don. This Kashtira Birth that remains on field, providing a free send for a Snake Eye effect later in the turn. Really just giving him a lot of advantage. There we go, normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Let's see if this gets interacted with by Don. Taking a moment to think. Thinking very hard by the looks of that. Asking Yuqi how many cards are in his hand. Looks like 4. Half an hour left in this final round of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian 2024 State Championships. That Snake Eye Ash is going to resolve, searching that Poplar. Poplar is going to activate its effect to summon itself. Fenrir is going to activate its effect in response, targeting that Snake Eye Ash to banish it face down. This is huge.
Notably, the original Sinful Spoils is banished, so he'll most likely be activating the effect to search for the field spell.
Certainly will. That field spell is called Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. A really strong card that we've seen a few times this weekend. Actually, a lot of times this weekend. Really able to access that brand new Snake Eyes Diabell Star. Really, really strong. Don Lee obviously being very careful in his zone placements with that Fenrir and not placing it in the zone that a relinquished anima could be summoned in.
Ever more important now that Link Creeper is gone, the anima is definitely a problem for unwary opponents.
Got to really play around that. Got to be very, very cautious all the time. We see Lachlan Murphy in the background opening up his very cool plaque that he won for top 4. Done very well to deserve that. Here we go. We see the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye being activated. That's going to place a Snake Eye monster as a continuous spell in Yuki's spell and trap zone. And give all his level 1 fires 1,100 attack.
Absolutely massive.
Nothing to laugh at there.
If you are down in chat, make sure to vote on who you think is going to win. We've got a poll going at the moment. 60% thinking Tenpai is going to take this match, which they've had a very strong start. That's can't be denied.
Yes.
This game is still with Don in a good position, but having to play through a Snake Eye board that is slowly building.
Here we see that new Snake Eyes Diabell Star that I just mentioned hit the field as a continuous spell and trap. We might see a Link 1 come down with the Poplar. That way the Diabell Star can summon itself. That could open up plays like an SP Little Knight to banish that Fenrir from the field, which wouldn't be of much effect. Triple Tactics Talents again. Let's see what effect he declares.
This is the finals, Mr. Fish. This is the final match of the tournament.
Stealing a monster here would be crazy, I think. Taking that Fenrir, an extra 2,400 attack.
Being able to search with it as well, and
then you
always
get the
have
normal
that
summon with the Snake Eye Bird. Oh, we've already normal summoned, but still. This is big.
Potentially, if he's able to pitch it with a witch, he might be able to summon it back with that
That's
bird as
crazy.
well. There is
Searches
a
on Unicorn.
lot of plays that he can do
Go
here.
Wanted into Witch, discard a card, being that Unicorn, then summon it back. That's a lot of damage. He's going to look at hand, I think. See the effect he's declared. Doesn't look like he wants to draw a card. Draw 2 cards, actually.
I think he's still thinking about it by the looks of it.
A lot on this match. Understandable if we want to take a little bit of time to think, of course.
Certainly is. Both players got a lot on the line. They want to make sure every play they do here is optimal and correct. Yeah.
I'm sure
Don needs to win this game to secure his flights down to Auckland.
Yes.
For the Oceanic World Championship qualifier event. Yuqi still needing to win this match and the next one.
Ripping a card from the hand, we can see that Dimension Shifter in Don's hand. Not going to be able to activate because he has both Ash Blossom and Joy Spring and Cosmic Cyclone in his graveyard.
Swim and another Fenrir, it looks like.
Yeah. So either way, no matter what he rips here, there's going to be at least one other interaction from the side of Don. I think it's going to be that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Current life points are still 8,000 apiece, Jay Wissel. They have not had a battle phase in which attacks have occurred yet.
Donley not having any follow-up here is very important as well.
I didn't see what got ripped there. Was it the Ash Blossom?
I believe so.
I believe it was the Ash, yeah. That would be the one that makes the most sense. That Druid Worm not going to be applying as much pressure as that Ash Blossom, I feel here. Going to link one with the Poplar into a relinquished anima. Again, like Destin said, can't go into that Linkaribo anymore. Linked anima hits the field, no Poplar effect because we use Snake Eyes Diabell Star to place Poplar in the spell and trap zone and summon itself. Going to link 2 here. Do we see that SP Little Knight come down? Yuki still thinking about if he wants to perform a link summon. Sending those 2 monsters to the graveyard. Only one thing it can be, and that's a link summon.
Yeah.
Mr. Fish, thank you for pointing out that Yuki decided to rip the Druid Worm from the hand. Here we see a link 2, not a link 3. Yuki getting ahead of himself, wants to go into the heater first, summon back the Ash Blossom, and then straight into the Princess like he just tried to do.
I'm a bit nervous here from Yuki, but that's all right.
Yep. Snake Eyes Diabell Star is being reborn off of the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. Wonderful card out of Phantom Nightmare earlier in the year. Here it is in your screen. Very, very powerful Yu-Gi-Oh card. 2700 attack is going to be able to attack for 27 into Don's life points, putting him at 53.
The Snake Eyes Diabell Star, I believe, has crashed into the Fenrir as well, dealing a little bit more as well.
Clearing that field. Yuqi does know that Don does have another Fenrir next turn. Like we said, Fenrir applies a lot of pressure and follow-up. That's going to be a Pit Knight early hit the field here.
Massive hit.
We saw this from Yuki last game as well.
We know that the princess is in the grave to deal with that Fenrir, deal with the Fenrir, but the Pit Knight also has a little secret effect to bring itself back. It
certainly does.
Phase, I believe.
All we needed was that princess in the grave to deal with that Fenrir next turn. And then Don would just have an Ash Blossom in hand at that point. Looking what he's got. Don's drawn a card, proceeding to the main phase and deciding to have a think here. Again, needs to make optimal plays so he can secure this victory. He's one game away from being the Victorian champion. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Players definitely feeling the pressure here. They have an audience with you guys and also a physical audience. 2 judges and a plethora of other duelists watching this final match.
73 of you in the chat room right now, and
Make it go a little bit faster,
about
please.
8 people on faster chat.
Faster
About
chat.
8 people watching. We can see a couple of other top cut competitors, such as Alex Wong, viewing this game right behind Yuqi, just off the camera. Imperm going to come down on Pit Knight early.
Interesting.
Special Summon Fenrir. This is probably going to get hit with the Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, popping that Pit Knight early, and the Cash Tier of Fenrir. Oh, and we also see Divine Temple of the Snake Eye pushing forward that Poplar.
Yeah, now just with that Shifter and Ash Blossom in hand, there isn't too much he can do.
Don
and he'll
Lee's
be
going to scoop.
scooping up the game.
Moving on to Game 3 of the Victorian State Championships for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game here.
A very important game, can go either way.
A lot is on the line here. Particularly that Another Burst Glutonia prize card.
Yeah, as they've already got their Minerva mats.
Yes, when will ours arrive? I wonder. Might need to follow that one up with our lovely tournament organizer, Josh Vine.
We'll be seeing him a little bit later after this game as
Certainly
well.
will be.
Indeed. Yep. Look, we can see
You can see Alex's lovely Louis Vuitton jacket just entering the frame there.
Absolutely intimidating aura.
Yep, plus 500 aura. Yuqi and Don both locked in and focused on their side deck.
Yeah.
Wonder what we'll see coming in from Don. This might be the first time this game that Don has got to go second.
Yeah. He went first both games.
No, he went second that game.
Yeah, he did actually, yeah.
Actually, Yuqi started off going first that game into the Tenpai strategy.
Having things like the skill drain to stop him, as well as anything else.
Unfortunately, Don had that Cosmic Cyclone, but it was not enough to come up on top that game. So we're heading on to the Game 3. Don obviously going to elect to go second here.
Pretty generic, to be honest, I'd say, with what his side deck is.
We might see... What are some things we could see come in? Destin?
I reckon it will be the shifters maybe staying in. Just
I believe the
this
Shifters,
match,
yep.
as
And
well as-
probably the Bestials as well. We got 1 copy of Bestial Magnamut and 2 copies of Druid Worm in Don's side deck. Those are really good against the Snake Eye deck, particularly on the Selene targeting Diabell Star, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils, and on Flamberge targeting IP Masquerena. Both put a stop to the full end board of Snake Eye.
We can
Also
see
being-
judges back there making sure that the players aren't crowding the table too much.
They're
Give
also
them space.
dragon monsters for our favourite Heradic Seals.
I love Heradic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. Let's hope we see him come down this game. Although Don will be going second, so I'm not sure if we will. Perhaps he might have mind-gamed Yuqi, like Yuqi mind-gamed him in Game 2, and we will see Don go first.
Maybe.
That would be wild. But Yuqi probably assuming to go first. What's some cards we can see come in? We might see the Cosmic Cyclones come in to stop that Sangan summoning from coming down.
Also,
Also probably going to
players-
see those 2 copies of Skill Drain come down.
We'll probably be seeing the Lyrilisk assemble Nightingale as well.
Certainly will. That is in Yuki's side deck. Lyrilisk Assembled Nightingale being a very good rank 1 monster to make against the Tenpai deck.
Being able to not take any damage. It's pretty handy, I would say.
Certainly is. Both players drawing their first 5 cards. Good luck to both. The winner of this match will be the Victorian champion of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game in 2024. Yuqi going to start off with a bonfire now, probably searching that Snake Eye Ash. Don going to think on the interruptions there, has nothing for it. This bonfire is going to go through. Let's see what he gets out with it.
Most likely a Snake Eyes Ash.
Unless he already has one. Yep, we're going to grab the Snake Eye Ash. Full combo for the Snake Eye deck, as we know. Nothing on resolution, no draw and lock bird from the side of Don. Snake Eye Ash is a normal summon there, activating its effect to search another level 1 fire, any level 1 fire in the game, and that one is going to be Snake Eye's Poplar. What does Poplar do, Destin?
I don't know, actually. We'll see what it does. I think it special summons itself from hand to add a Snake Eyes spell or trap, adding the field spell from the deck.
Divine Temple of the Snake Eye comes down again.
Such a great card, having so many layered interruptions with it as well, being able to bring back the IP from the spell and trap zone.
Allowing Yuqi to play through a card like Nibiru the Primal Being a lot easier with that field spell.
Absolutely.
Gonna activate the field spell now. Let's see what he grabs from the deck as a continuous spell and trap. Gonna chain the Wanted, Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Haven't seen this one from Yuqi yet all weekend, but it is a very good card.
Being able to search a Diabellstar monster as well as shuffle or put back a Sinful Spoils to the bottom of the deck to draw a card gives pretty good infinite resource.
Opting to grab the new Snake Eyes Diabellstar out of Legacy of Destruction, the newest Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game set, main set at least, because we've just had the Rarity Collection 2 come out. The field spell now is going to place Oak as a continuous spell in Yuki's spell and trap zone. Gonna shuffle his deck, pass it over to Don. Give it a nice cut. Let's see what happens here. Gonna special summon Diabellstar, the Black Witch from hand, pitching that Snake Eyes Diabellstar, which will be able to be placed as a continuous spell by the Poplar when it gets sent to the field, setting that original Sinful Spoils from the deck off of the effect of Diabellstar, the Black Witch.
Absolutely massive plays here from you here. This is absolutely what we do want to see here.
Haven't seen much interaction from Don yet. Maybe that's a sign that he doesn't have anything at all. Stopping Snake Eyes early is the key to stopping that deck, and currently, it's pretty late in the combo.
Yeah.
Is it too late? Let's find out. Don might have a big monster, big rock to throw down. Maybe he doesn't.
Got 83 people down in the chat at the moment. Love to see you guys interacting down there. Jason Huang, a lot of support for Don here.
Diabellstar, the Black Witch, and Snake Eye Poplar are going to be converted into a IP Masquerena. Poplar is going to place the Snake Eyes Diabellstar in the spell and trap zone. Then it's going to summon itself by placing the Poplar in the spell and trap zone. Just another free body. This card is so strong. Going to link 2 with Snake Eyes Diabellstar and IP Masquerena, probably into Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. But let's see what comes out.
Maybe thinking, are we going to go into a Celine here if we want to go into an early Appaloosa?
Good, there is Celine, the queen of Master Magicians, I believe. Going to gain a lot of spell counters here. We have 1, 2, 3 spells on the field, and I think 2 spells in grave. That's going to be gaining 5 counters, detaching 3 of those counters to summon a spellcaster from the grave in defense position to a zone it points to, which is going to be the Snake Eyes Diabellstar. Then going to go for a link 4 into probably Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
Yes, a beautiful card. 2 monster negates on this one.
Gaining 1600 attack. Let's see if someone takes away this counter this time because I'm not supposed to be. Yep, see you later. 2 monster negates, once per chain though.
Very
so
important.
we could see a Nibiru plus a Ghost Ogre. That would be crazy. That works against
One of my
this.
favorite combos against a fully established board.
Snake Eye Ash going to be sending that Snake Eye Oak, I believe, to summon probably a Snake Eyes Flambeau's Dragon from the deck. There we see it. This is going to be able to place that IP Masquerena from Yuki's grave into the spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. So many continuous spells in this deck that are actually just monsters.
Absolutely.
Placing it there in the leftmost column. Activating original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye that was set off of the Wanted, the Snake Eye Diabellstar, the Black Witch. Summoning Snake Eye Ash from the deck. Snake Eye Ash has already activated its effect this turn, will not be able to do so again, unfortunately.
Linking into mostly that hit knight, but we will have a look.
Yes, we could see that come down. Does not need the Flambeau's to stay on the field because he has that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye to bring out the IP next turn when Don normal or special summons a monster. Yuqi just taking a think about what he wants to link summon now that he has sent 2 monsters to the grave. Those monsters being Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye's Flambeau's Dragon. Gonna summon Nightmare Phoenix.
Afraid of any battle that can be done over ultimately the weak Appaloosa. Now the Flambeau's is going to activate to summon back the Oak and the Snake Eye Ash. Now the Oak hasn't activated the effect yet, so he'll mostly be bringing back the Poplar.
There we go. Poplar hits the field.
3 level 1s on the field.
Gonna convert this Ash, Snake Eye Oak, using its effect probably to summon out another Flambeau's Dragon. Phoenix hits his grave there. Doesn't want to keep the Phoenix on the field to protect that
Link
Appaloosa.
summoning here.
There we go. Link summoning into Promethean Princess. Bringing back out the Snake Eyes Flambeau's Dragon. Important to note for those of you who don't know, Nightmare Phoenix, when it is co-linked, means that co-linked monsters on the field cannot be destroyed by battle.
Absolutely massive, to be honest. Not a lot of people remember this one, but the Nightmares, honestly, all the co-link effects are quite insane for them.
There we see that Pit Knight early come down again. Wonderful Link 2 out of Power of the Elements, back from August 2022. Now we see the wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils banishing itself, targeting the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye, putting that on the bottom of the deck and drawing 1 card.
Now we can note, of course, Don hasn't activated a card this turn. So having 6 cards in hand playing into a board like this is quite important.
What could we see come down, Destin?
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at what he could have. Some massive board breakers might be in order.
Forbidden Droplet being a really good one, especially at this format, but with board breakers such as Talents, Lightning Storm, even the Duckstar, as well as the Thrust. Very important cards.
Do see him drawing for turn there as well. We are about to see some of these.
I believe he just picked up an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. That would have been nice to have last turn. But yeah, Don has a lot of power spells on his deck that he could be activating with priority in main phase to clear this field of Yuqi and then go in for big damage, potentially attacking for game this turn with his Tenpai strategy. Going to start off with a Pot of Prosperity. Most decks won't be able to kill through Pot of Prosperity, but this deck can. Banishing probably 6 cards from the extra deck face down to reveal the top 6 cards of his deck and add 1 to the deck and then place the rest back onto the bottom of the deck. Add 1 to the hand, sorry.
13 minutes here, going into Don's turn. Obviously, this is the last game of the day for this match. So we'll see him banishing 6 cards from his extra deck, and we'll have a look soon at what he will be excavating. I'm sure he's hoping just to have an out for the board.
Probably looking for a copy of Cosmic Cyclone here to beat that IP Masquerena. He might already have one, but he needs 2 to beat this IP Masquerena due to the Flambeau's and the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
Potentially a combination of both a Droplet and a Cosmic.
Or we could see a Harpies or a Lightning Storm plus a Cosmic. Anything like that would be very good. Gonna hit that with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on the Pot of Prosperity. Those 6 banished face down cards from the extra deck have resulted in nothing. We have one of the store staff announcing the pairings for the next round of the Kurikara Starlight Rare tournament that we have as a side event here. Elliot Harris still in that tournament. Didn't make it to the top cut of this tournament.
That's okay. He might be able to do it this time.
Might be able to go all the way for once in his life. Let's find out. Elliot Harris catching strays here at the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian State Championships.
Potentially we'll see him later on.
We might get him on for an interview because he's been begging to be on stream all day. But unfortunately, he wasn't good enough to make top cut. Both players just taking a think about what they want to do here, how they want to proceed. Need to make the most optimal and efficient plays. Oh, Don just setting one and passing here. This could be a really big copy of Rivalry of Warlords, though, which will shut down Yuki's entire plays, locking him into one type of monster, which obviously Snake Eyes has a lot of monsters.
It doesn't really matter here, though, if the SP comes on the field to banish his only play there.
This could be bait, though. What if this is an infinite impermanent set? Oh, Yuki has passed turn. We have chained Rivalry of Warlords now. This is not good for Yuki.
Do we see a Cosmic from Yuki, perhaps? Now this means, obviously, if this resolves, most likely Don will not be dead this turn. Rivalry is such an important card in this matchup. turning off both the SP IPs as well as the princess in the graveyard. If this resolves,
Certainly. How do
he
you
will have a
proceed? There we
chance.
go. It is resolved. Yuki just pondering what he wants to keep, whether he wants to keep Fairy, whether he wants to keep Cyburst, whether he wants to keep Pyro or Dragon. He's opted to keep Pyro monsters, the Snake Eye Poplar being a level 1 fire Pyro monster. Snake Eye Ash now activating as it was sent to the graveyard to bring back the, Snake Eye's Flamberge, now bringing back the Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Oak. Both effects activating
It
their...
might not even matter here because of the boost that's coming from the field spell. He might actually just have game here.
These are all gaining 1,100 attack. These are all now big monsters. We just
Ash
saw a
hits the
glimmer of
field.
one card in Yuki's deck there. Book of Eclipse. Very, very cool deck choice here. Gonna proceed to
I believe
battle
this is
phase.
game now.
That is
There
game,
it
and
is.
Yuki is your 2024 Victorian State Champion.
Able to bring it through. As I said, he got into the finals last year as well, not able to get into the win, but here we are.
Yep, he has converted this finals placing this year into a win. Is now your champion. Will be receiving that beautiful Anotherverse Glutonia super rare prize card and a flight to Oceanics this year. Being able to push through that powerful one-off rivalry of Warlords that Don had opened. That is very impressive. Finding game through the Warlords.
Massive here. Again, that field spell is amazing. Being able to give some layered interruption as well as making all your monsters quite big. Being able to flood the board as well with the Flamberge Dragon, I'm honestly surprised.
Very big congratulations to Yuki Liu here. Done very well this weekend. Very well last year too. Very, very good player here in Melbourne.
Absolutely.
Being able to convert this excellent Swiss run into a championship victory.
Taking exactly one loss over the weekend during Swiss and going 3-0 today. Pure Snake Eyes playing through a bunch of other Snake Eyes and Tenpai today.
Both players just packing their things up. Don Lee, nothing to laugh at. Second place finish, finalist at the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian State Championships. Has done better than Elliot Harris has this year.
That's quite a large pool, though, as we've been keep being reminded of.
How many players did we have this year? 115 players entered the main event this year. Could have been 117, but we would rather be behind the bench, wouldn't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah, receiving our Minerva mats.
Yep.
No.
We might have a chat with him, but it's up to...
We'll try to get Yuki on for a little bit of an interview. He's probably very stoked. We'll give him some time to celebrate with his friends. Alex Wong there watching his match. Very supportive of him. Unfortunately, Don was not able to carry that very optimistic outlook on the game to a victory here.
Honestly, that's okay. I'm very excited, honestly, to talk about Yuki's list with him. I have some burning questions when having a look at it.
Me too. There's that one of main decked Book of Eclipse.
A very powerful card, to be honest, but the one-of. Very...
I imagine it's only for the Tenpai matchup. Has some other applications too.
Literally, you can still do it during the mirror match as well.
Yep.
Being able to book the Flamberge so it won't be able to be popped with the Princess, I believe.
Mum, can we have Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon? No, we have Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon at home, and it is called Book of Eclipse.
Now-
Significantly worse. But
Absolutely. It can be ashed. That's
Yep.
all right. But I'm going to be drawing a bunch of cards if it resolves. So it's all good.
true.
Now, I think we'll have a tiny little break. We'll let Luki get his composure, and then we will come back with our winner interview with
Certainly
that.
will. Very well-deserved win from Yuki here this weekend.
Absolutely. I want to say thank you all for joining us and watching it. Please do stick around. You're definitely worthwhile hearing how he's feeling after the event. I imagine he's feeling quite good and hearing about his deck. And we'll also have an interview with Josh Vine, the TO, for the event after that.
You can ask him about the Minerva mats. Yes, we can.
And if you guys are enjoying this coverage of this event, make sure to let us know by dropping a like and subscribing. That is the surefire way to let us know you want more of this, and we would love to bring you more. I've been having an absolute blast this weekend. I'm sure.
Certainly have.
Yeah,
We've had a lot of
absolutely.
fun behind the bench.
Yeah.
Earning our Minerva mats. Yep.
Otherwise, we'll catch you guys very shortly for an interview with our champion for this year, Yuki Lee.
back with our 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! State Champion, Yuqi Liu. How do you feel?
I'm very excited, I'm gonna say. It's just like, yeah, I didn't imagine I could make it this way all the far. But yeah.
No, you've done very, very well. You became one spot better than last year.
Oh, yes.
Converted that second place to a win this year around.
Oh, probably my friend Tom Shi is not is away, that's why. Yeah.
Shout out Tom Shi.
Yes.
We missed that guy.
Couldn't come here today for some reason.
Exam period.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Elliot is coming over here. No, he's not, thank God. So, Oceanics.
Yes.
Going?
Oh, well,
Maybe.
yeah, maybe.
Whatever the wife says, yeah?
Sorry?
Whatever the wife says.
Yeah, whatever wife says
boss
me.
says,
If a wife says, yeah, she supports me. So yeah, I'm glad that she made me play for, like she make me go for Oceanics. Yeah.
I'm very happy with how you've done. Very, very proud. It's very good. Done very well. Anything cool you felt about your deck? I want to talk about that a bit.
Yeah.
Book of Eclipse.
So basically, well, I want to shout out to Jason Huang.
Jason Huang, the GOAT.
The YCN champion for this year.
Yep.
So he had he provided me with a lot of deck building ideas, especially for Droplet and Eclipse, and because he also told me about that if you go in second with some Rota matchup, this card, especially against Melodious, when they make a Baguska and a 2 fusion monster, you just draw face Book of Eclipse straight away.
Yeah.
That's a way you can deal with it. And also, when you go first, you can, like, if you open with like Ash and the Impem or whatever, you can just book move it.
Yep.
Even if they follow with a second Ash, because it's the same ruling as book move, you'll be able still to resolve the rest and then you do your combos. Yeah. So it's actually, it's like just because I wasn't very confident that this card is gonna do a lot, so I just played one copy. Yes.
Are you glad you played it?
No, it doesn't really come up that often. Yeah, but I mean, I'm happy, generally happy about it. Yes.
That's good. I think that was like the most interesting card in your deck. We haven't seen that in a while since a Rise Heart has been banned.
Yeah.
Other things, like, how did you feel? We were talking a lot over the weekend over the power of Snake Eyes Diabell Star. Do you feel like that card is really good?
It's pretty good. If you don't draw it.
Yeah, if you don't draw it.
If you don't draw it, it's a really good card. Or you do have a way to pitch it and send it back by something. But otherwise, it stays in your hand. It's like my game one of the final round. I draw this and my Snake Eye Flame Burge, and I look at my hand. I say, yeah, but no point of wasting time. Let's go for next game.
3 level 8s in your hand is not great.
Not 2, but yeah,
Oh,
I only play 1 Flame Burge and 1 Dire Blaster. But yeah, it's just horrible the way how it is.
Out of curiosity, I found a lot of players playing Ogre. Only one in the main deck. Did you think it wasn't good enough for 3?
Yeah, it's good in I would say in Voiceless and say in like it's good if you do it on Celine. So they commit all their resources to like to a specific line. So at least they don't have Appaloosa straight away, or they have like some part will be missing from their whole board if you do it correctly. But you don't want to have 2, like you don't want to draw 2. And I feel like it's just mediocre card. I just want to have it there in case if my opponent not playing like cross out targets, so at least one of my hand trap goes through. Yes.
Yeah.
That's fair.
No, yeah, a lot of 1-ofs and 2-ofs in your deck.
Yeah.
You see 2-of Bell. We see the Lyrilusk in the side deck. Did you side that in a lot?
Yeah, but I never get the chance to play it because most of the time, if I win, I don't need it. If I lose, I also don't need it.
Yeah, fair enough.
But like I'm glad it's there.
Happy as heck.
Yeah.
And the 2-of Metal Tronus. Now, this is a new quick play spell from Legacy of Destruction. How did that go for you this weekend?
That's pretty good. I would say like you can. It's like a chalice, but you get a free body out of it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And in some circumstances, you can just banish the stuff. And it's also very good against the what's called the Tenpai matchup and the Centurion matchup.
Yeah.
So if they are like Crimson Dragon activate effect, and you can just target and summon back your Vela or Ghost Ogre. Otherwise, you can also target their Heavenly Sphere. then they can't summon back. Yeah, they can't do a lot with it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, the list is really solid. Obviously, it's done you very well. Is there anything else you wanted to mention, or any shout-outs you have?
Oh, look, I really appreciated all my friends' support. Like, first of all, I'm very, like, grateful for Jason Huang, who helped a lot, because even this morning, like 7 o'clock, I woken up and say, look, let's get some Snake Eye vs Fire King, that sort of thing. Just get me prepared, and he is very well about that. And all my WeChat friends who also play test against, and some people lend me a couple of cards for the event, which. Yeah, thanks a lot for everyone, and I can't make it without your support.
Well, no, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll let you go get something to eat, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, thanks for coming on.
Oh, good.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
See ya. We are back now with Elliot Harris.
Hello.
How did you do this weekend?
Pretty disappointing. I got 11th.
Oh, yeah.
But I did better than my friend Freddie, who actually lost the first. He won the first round instead of no-show, and then he lost 2 rounds in a row.
That's crazy.
Which was really impressive, in my
Poor
opinion.
performance from Freddie
Considering
Campbell
he got top 8 at the YCS, I would have expected a lot more than him.
Yeah, I thought he was the GOAT, but apparently not.
No, he's a woe, definitely.
How did you do at the YCS, by the way? Freddie came 8.
Yeah, so I won my first 7 rounds, and then I lost 2. And I didn't top.
And you tied 1, right?
Yeah, I tied 1 as well, actually.
Yeah.
What was the loss?
Yeah, what did you lose to?
The Snake Eye Mirror.
Yeah, another one?
I forgot.
Oh.
Didn't you lose to Brandon?
Branded?
Oh, no.
I lost to Branded, actually, yeah.
So you lost to Brandon
So
and-
Branded and Snake Eye, yeah. Those are my 2 losses.
Snake Eye? I thought it was a different S.
Maybe
What did you
Water,
play
not
just
Fire.
Maybe Water, not Fire. I
Maybe
think
Sharks.
Elliot
maybe
Harris
Sharks.
lost to Sharks at the YCS.
Yeah. I got slimed out by his gat.
Slimed out by his gut, yep. You didn't riz up his Appaloosa, did you?
I did not riz it.
Unfortunate.
He actually rizzed up mine. He took my Appaloosa.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What about your 800 attack Poplar that you thought was 1900?
Oh, I didn't know this thing made my guy a water. So that was pretty embarrassing, but yeah, not as embarrassing as going X2 drop at States like Freddie.
Oh no, yeah, X2 by round 3s. Pretty good performance, you know.
Yeah.
At least he showed up. Coming
Yeah.
out to Chirnside is a bit of a trip.
Yeah, shout out to my driver, my Uber
Yep.
Jack, yep.
That's me.
And also the bus that got me here, it took 12 hours to get here from Canberra.
Yep.
So
I
that
mean,
was
that's kind of
pretty
on
good.
you for
Yeah.
being from Canberra, but
Yeah, yeah.
whatever.
Yep, that was fun.
Well, we might get you on a feature match later in the
awesome.
Starlight Rare Kirikara Divin Carnate side event.
Yep.
But for now, you can leave because we're going to get our wonderful TO Josh Vine on. Straight upgraded.
Where am I looking into?
This one.
This one? Cool.
So, hi.
Hello.
Just hello? Is that what you got to say?
How do you feel?
Very tired.
Yep.
Yesterday was a very long day.
How was it?
It was, yeah.
How was the evening?
Well, the event finished at about 4:35 o'clock, so...
That's the evening, I'd say. Yep.
Yeah.
Had a bite to eat and then went to bed for
Yeah,
day
that's
two?
exactly what happened, yeah. Because I had to get up early today as well, so...
Because Chirnside is a little bit up. Yeah. That's why.
Yeah.
For all you guys, yeah.
Yeah, no, everything went really, really smoothly. There weren't any like major disputes or anything, no drama, which is awesome. Didn't have to do any repairs. Yeah, like went as well as I could have hoped for. And today has been super chill as well. I don't know how I think the stream, from what I've been told from the judges, has also been like there haven't been really many issues as well. So.
Yeah, no, stream was pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, we were right here. We saw it live as it happened.
Yep.
Shouting about the game.
Absolutely. Sometimes.
Very quietly, though. What else? Anything cool?
Anything cool? Yeah, anything more specific?
Anything new event?
How did Elliot go? How
Anything
do you
cool
feel about
things?
Elliot?
Well,
In general?
you know, I mean, the 2 people he lost to both topped, so you know.
That's valid.
Probably like a 6. and a half.
That's a bit high.
I'm being generous, but yeah. Oh, like a 1.
Poor Freddie coming.
Yeah, Freddie probably shouldn't have come, to be honest. It was not his day. Henry did well. What? Well, you know. The numbers are, you know, malleable.
Yep. So, anything else you want to say?
I don't think so, unless you've got any like specific questions. Huh? Judge team was excellent. It was fantastic.
Yep.
Couldn't have asked for better judges. I mean, I picked them all, so, you know.
Yeah,
but,
fair enough.
Yeah.
How would you rate your judging? Did you have to do much judging?
I didn't have to answer a lot of calls because I was doing all the logistical stuff, like the, all the behind the scenes stuff.
I got motion.
I probably only had to answer like 10 questions throughout the whole event. There was like 1 appeal, but yeah.
Okay. One appeal is crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Did it go to you, Kara?
No, I took 1
You
appeal.
got it,
I'm sure
okay.
Did you take any appeals? Appeals? Did you have to do any appeals? None at all?
No appeals. One
Wow.
appeal.
So 1 appeal the entire
weekend.
event. Wow, that's crazy.
That's good.
We take those.
Floor judges must have been doing their job very well. That's
Yeah.
why you picked them, of course.
Exactly.
Yep.
What, coming from Sydney again?
Yeah, Jared came all the way from Sydney, which is insane. Because he used to live in Sydney, then he came here and lived here, and this was his local store, and then he moved back to Sydney, and then he's like, well, I'll come down and judge. Why not?
The GOAT.
Right?
So, any shout-outs? Any particular group chats you want to shout out?
Definitely not any group chats. Everyone is a degenerate in those group chats. But definitely shout-outs to everyone who came. Really appreciate all the support from everyone.
What about the stream team group chat? Can we get that shout-out for that one?
Because you two are in it?
Yeah.
Sure.
And Dalton.
Yeah. Oh, Dalton absolutely gets a shout-out. Dalton
Exactly.
did amazing work this weekend. You guys, you have to sit here and talk, but...
Now, the burning question that's on everyone's mind is, where are Minerva mats?
So, I was sent 16 Minerva mats.
Okay.
Because it is a top 16 prizing for the event.
Sure, but you gave one to Elliot, and he sucks.
He does, but he also got top 16.
Kurt also got one. So
Yeah,
like,
so did he. I was looking for the top 8 deck list to give you guys for this, and I found 7 of them. And I'm like, who am I missing? Oh, it's Kurt. Oh, I forgot he topped. I should probably go find that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, we will be chasing this one up.
I'll be messaging Kev.
Yeah, we will have a word with higher ups.
Yeah.
About this.
Okay. Sure.
Any parting words?
No, they don't. Nice try though. Event went really well. I'm really appreciative of everyone who came down. Thank you for making the experience not a massive headache for me, which is nice. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Do you hope to host next year?
That would be awesome, yeah.
Maybe in a different General Games franchise, maybe in Malvern, maybe in Frankston?
Who knows? Probably.
Malvern Town Hall goes crazy.
Well, true, actually, yeah. I mean, yeah, if they let us do it again, we'd absolutely love to do it, so.
I think we've had a pretty good event.
I would say it went pretty well,
Better
yeah.
than a couple of other years.
Yeah,
Possibly.
not naming any names there, of course.
Anyway.
But yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Right.
Thanks,
Bye,
guys.
Josh. Thanks for
See you
coming
later.
on.
Cheers.
What up, chat? we will be bringing one more feature match. We will be bringing the next round of the Kurikara Starlight Rare Tournament, featuring Elliot Harris and his opponent when that is signed. So hopefully he loses that. It'd be pretty funny. But yeah, stick around for that one.
Let's do a proper... G'day everybody. We have just wrapped up the final round and interviews with the winner and Tio and Elliot Harris, randomly, from the 2024 Victorian Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG State Championships, which we've been bringing to you live all weekend. I want to give a huge shout out to Jack and Destin for joining us on stream here.
That's okay.
With some expert commentary,
Good to be here.
covering my largely ignorant knowledge about the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG.
That's okay.
But yeah, it's been fantastic. I hope you guys have all enjoyed it. I've had a blast. Just getting to sit here, learning a lot, seeing a bunch of fantastic games being played.
There were a lot of good games. Some long games, some short, but they're all pretty good in their own right. Yep.
Overall, yeah, the whole weekend was amazing to commentate for. Better than playing, I'd say, ultimately. And it was really good to see Yuqi as well pull it through this year as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Taking home that a paid trip to the Oceanic World Championship qualifier event over in Auckland.
Yep, Auckland.
Yeah, fantastic.
And that another Versclatonia super rare prize card.
A Switch as well.
And a Nintendo Switch.
And
a second place got one of those too.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
They also got a Minerva mat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you all for watching. If you've enjoyed seeing the TCG content, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and so on. Do all the YouTube things that tells the YouTube algorithm and us that you enjoy it, because we would love to bring you more TCG content, likely on a second channel. So if you are watching from all of our wargaming streaming going, what the hell is this? It will be moved away from the channel, so it's not too confused. But we'd definitely love to do many more events like this for Yu-Gi-Oh!, for Magic, for Star Wars, for Pokemon, for One Piece, for everything.
Cast Magic.
I can do One Piece.
Yep.
Yeah, fantastic.
Oh, we can do One Piece.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. But otherwise, yeah, thank you all. Now, this stream will remain live for a little bit longer because I think we're getting Elliot Harris a feature match from the side event, the Starlight Rare Kurikara side event. So
we need everyone to pray on his downfall for that
One
one.
more. Somehow he's still in this. He will be knocked out after this.
Jump in chat and show some love for whoever he's playing against.
Yep.
Absolutely.
But otherwise, yeah, huge thank you all for watching. That does wrap up the World Championship Qualifier Victorian State Championships 2024 for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. Thank you all for joining us, and we're back shortly with a nice, fun one to round out the stream for the weekend. All right, see ya. And I think was Seals Pass yesterday. What are we today?
Seals passing today.
Yep. Seals Pass.
Seals Pass.
Seals Pass. G'day, everybody. We are doing things. We are back here for the... It's after the state event. This is the side event with the Starlight React Kurikara winner card. We are here with Jack and Destin watching Elliot Harris take on Austin Smith.
Yep.
A couple of Melbourne locals.
Yep. I think Austin plays mainly at Frankston. Elliot
and
plays
Chirnside
mainly
as well.
in
Nowhere.
Canberra. Yep.
Yeah.
So they have a
Used to be a
local side.
Melbourne local.
Rat.
Used to see him every week at Melbourne Mondays, and we miss him.
It's been banished. That's
Yeah.
fine. But now we have the return of the Sakawodi.
Yep.
He is. We'll go back to the camera now.
Yes, certainly will.
They have already started with Austin
so
going
Austin
first.
is going first. Obviously, we see the Skull Guardian, the Low, and the Saw Ravis, Old Man Sage on the field. We're going to enormous on another copy of Low, activating the effect again to place a Voiceless Voice spell or trap face up in the spell and trap zone. Going to grab Barrier. Elliot's reading Barrier for some reason. I'm not quite sure. He doesn't know what that card does. Going to activate the Barrier effect to search another Voiceless Voice card, except itself.
Now I think we'll bring up the card as well that he's going to search.
So this one's going to bring out Sky Striker Mecha Shark
Cannon.
Yep. So,
So we're waiting for it to.
so Elliot knows all about this card. He's a bit of a... No, he played back in 2019. A bit of a eternal format Woti, some would say.
Some would say. Playing in Duel Links as well.
Yep. Austin going to go ahead and search Radiance of the Voiceless Voice. Grabbing that continuous trap card, very powerful. Going to tribute Low with the effect of Saphira Dragon Queen to summon a old Saw Ravis back from Duelist Alliance, Ritual Monster all the way from 2014. Going to set that Radiance, one can assume. One more card in hand. Let's see what else he's got to go. Can we see a Dynamundo play here? No, Austin is going to pass to the Sakawoti. Sakawoti's going to draw one card, see what he's got. Now, the Sakagoti here, Elliot Harris, has a very powerful hidden ability. He's got this skill called Mythic Depths as part of his arsenal here. So what this one does, as a lot of you don't know, at the start of the duel, it gets placed in the field spell zone and flipped. And it's all fish, sea serpent, thunder, and aqua monsters gain 200 attack, and everything else loses 200 attack. Notably, this is played in the shark strategy, which Elliot knows all about. It's really good for Elliot.
Very important in his stratagem as well. Conflicts with the Snake Eyes, being able to send it to the grave to summon more Snake Eyes from the deck.
So Elliot's going to go ahead and summon the Cashew Unicorn, which is going to get negated by the old Saw Ravis and banished. I don't know why that's in his graveyard, but whatever.
I'm sure he knows what he's doing. It might be the banished pile.
I don't think he knows what he's doing. Let's be real. This is the Sakawoti we're talking about. Reading the effect of Radiance of the Voiceless Voice here. Not sure what it does. Going to go ahead and interact with it. No, he's not going to pass. Radiance effect is going to activate in the main phase. Going to shuffle back that Prayer of the Voiceless Voice from the graveyard into the deck to summon out, probably. What do you reckon we'll see? I think we're just going to search a Saphira here. That's the play I would go for. A little bit of follow-up. Could see another Low come to the field. Just a bit of protection for that one that's on there. A bit of protection for the Skull Guardian.
Having a real think about what to get here. Here we had the Skull Guardian.
Yes, adding it to the hand. Notably, Radiance cannot summon ritual monsters because it is not treated as a ritual summon. Does not ignore summoning conditions. Elliot up next with a normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Seen this one many times this weekend. I'm sure you know what it does by this point. He's going to attempt to search any level 1 fire in the game unless it gets interacted with by Austin on his Voiceless Voice strategy. Skull Guardian going to go ahead and negate that Snake Eye Ash and destroy it. Elliot's going to scoop it up. Very typical for the Sakawoti. Going ahead into game 2.
Now, what can we expect Elliot to be siding in?
I don't know. Probably copies of Abyss Shark going in. Let's see if we can see our beautiful judge, Jared Darcy, here. I don't know what button to press, but... Do you know what button to press?
Not for this one.
Not
Could
for
be
this
any
one.
of them.
For which one, sorry?
That camera that's there. So we can see our beautiful judge, Jared Darcy, with Austin Smith on the left-hand side, playing that Voiceless Voice strategy, and the Sakawoti playing Shark on the right. I don't know why he's laughing. Something's not very funny, but it's whatever.
He's doing his best.
Yeah. We can see our head judge for the main event, Kara, now judging at one of the Winamax side events. Making sure everyone is playing correctly, looking at the clock, making sure no one's slow playing. Typical of Elliot Harris to slow play, but yep, I'm sure Jared's got that one under control. Who else can we see in the background? We can see
Mitch Whiting.
We can see Mitch Whiting, yep.
Jesse Douglas, I believe.
See Jesse. We can see Mark Lopez to the left of Mitch Whiting and to the right of Jesse. Is that Kurt? We can see the black hoodie to the left of Jesse. Might be. And then to the left of him, I can see our top 4 finisher, Anthony Nguyen.
We've also got a Jeffrey Monk who's just gone into the frame, watching his idol, the
Absolutely
Sakawori.
mogging Elliot right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Not much to say about that. Let's go back to the top down now, and we'll see. Here we have the field center of Elliot himself, the Sakawori, placed there. Reminder that this is no longer the main event, so we don't really need to worry about that.
Absolutely not. Self-portrait. I believe it's getting actually a ban soon.
I
like
hope Elliot gets banned,
Exactly.
to be honest. That would make my life a lot better whenever I go to any massive Yu-Gi-Oh events, such as the Victorian 2024 State Championship, which we just had. Or we see the...
It's the double field center.
Yep, double field center. I can't remember what that one is. It's from a movie. It's from... Oh! Sakazuki Moggs.
Not even a...
Seems like the players have reached a compromise there.
Yeah.
But,
What movie is that from? I think it's from Django Unchained.
Yeah.
That scene, yep. Elliot Harris may be making a statement about the historical accuracy of the film with Sakazuki there. Something like that. Duel is shuffling up, getting ready to play.
Austin very confident with this one, seeing as they won the first round
Yeah,
very
up a
convincingly.
game against the Sakagoti, or Woti, Elliot Harris, on his Snake Eye deck. Now let's take a look at a couple other decks that cards that Elliot might have sided in. A really powerful one, to be honest, is this card called Buzzsaw Shark. Talk me through it.
Very good card. So it can target a water monster that they control and special summon one from the deck in defense position. Now, it can also be seized summon. Really, I think the best one to go into is either Bahamut Shark or a Stealth Kraken.
Yeah, the Stealth Kraken is a big one that Elliot knows all about. Changes all your opponent's monsters, or all monsters on the field, into water monsters. Notably, this does not give the Snake Eye monsters the attack boost from Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, as they are no longer fire monsters.
Really? So it means you could build a board designed to kill your opponent in that. Drop one of these, and suddenly you won't have enough damage on board anymore to actually make it through.
Exactly.
And your opponent gets another turn, which
Elliot
is
knows
pretty big.
all about that.
Especially when you can't read. So what happens is if your opponent tries and crashes into the monster, their small Snake Eye Poplar will actually die because it only has 700 attack into
we're going to see an
target.
Imperm on the Black Witch. So Elliot has started his turn with a Cashtira Field Spell, Pressure Planet Race Off, searching the Unicorn, summoning the Unicorn, getting the Cashtira Birth, using that Birth to normal summon Witch, which has then been negated. Going to summon the Mecha Fena Beast Draco Sack, using that effect now to summon 2 level 3 Machine Wind tokens, known as Shark tokens, I believe.
Shark token.
Yep, Elliot knows all about that. Going to summon the tokens here. Maybe then it's going to tribute the Draco Sack to pop the Race Off. I think that's the optimal play. Using the Field Center Zeros tokens, that's kind of weird. It's kind of wild from Elliot, I'm not going to lie.
Really weird.
Going to summon the IP Masquerena with 2 tokens. Very effective use. Going to use the Birth to summon back the Unicorn. Going to then link 3, maybe 4, probably into...
An Appaloosa?
I hope he goes into Princess, because that's not going to do anything. Very typical of Elliot to make the worst play possible. But he's going to summon the Appaloosa. Beautiful alt art, not beautiful premium gold rare. Got to put the counter on it, even though Appaloosa does not gain counters.
Doesn't gain counters,
Does not gain counters, so that should not be there.
Maybe he just can't count. Who knows?
Thank you, Elliot. So this Appaloosa now has 2,400 attack points, so that's going to equate to 3 monster effect negations. Going to activate, what is that, Bonfire, searching the Poplar, summoning the Poplar with its effect, then using the Poplar effect to search a Snake Eye spell or trap. Probably going to go for Original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye here, as the Witch was unable to do so earlier. There it is. Elliot's probably just copying what I'm saying because he doesn't know actually how to play his own cards.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I don't
Yeah.
believe it's actually his own deck as well that he's using. I don't know if he owns any cards.
No, that Draco Sack is definitely mine. Yep, so,
interesting.
Yep. And so is the Unicorn, actually.
Ah.
Yeah, interesting.
Maybe you should just ask for them back right now.
Right now, I think I should. Original Sinful Spoil is going to go and send the Pressure Planet Race Off now to summon out a level 1 fire. Probably going to go for that devious right-hand shark. Sorry,
Volcanic Rat.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the Snake Eye Ash. We'll get a photo of it up right now.
Yeah. Here is Snake Eye Ash, commonly known as right-hand shark. This one is really strong when it's used as Xyz material.
Yeah.
But the Snake Eye Ash, the right-hand shark is now going to get impermed by Austin Smith. That's double imperm. Elliot is really struggling with this one. Let's see what he has here to beat this. Note, there's no Ash Blossom in the graveyard for Austin, so we can't make a heater into Princess play here to keep playing. So I wonder how Elliot's going to play through this.
He's had a look now. He's just to check and confirm that there is no Ash Blossom there.
Elliot getting brutally mobbed by Austin currently.
We have a poll going in chat. Chat seem to be firmly believing that Austin can beat Elliot in simply 2 rounds, doesn't need
I'm
all
going
3.
to vote for Austin as well on that
Absolutely.
myself. Once I get the stream back up and running. Elliot now thinking about his plays, probably slow playing a little bit, I don't know. Going to link 2 into SP Little Knight using no monsters. Popular to place itself in the spell and trap zone. Does not have Divine Temple and Snake Eye, so that one's just chilling there for the moment. Doesn't even have a Wanted in the graveyard for that original Sinful Spores Snake Eye. Going to set a card and pass turn. So Austin's going to crack this board of SP Little Knight, Appaloosa for 3 and 1 set spell or trap.
Now, we see the barrier back on the field. Gets ogred by the Sakawodi. We'll see what else that Austin has to play. Obviously, this Appaloosa is a bit of a problem here.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going
Austin's
straight
going to go
into
ahead
game
and scoop
3.
that game because, you know, that was a very tough board to crack. Very surprised Elliot was able to make something that good, to be honest.
I feel like he's playing a little bit on autopilot. He might have something in his ear being
Probably
able to
does
know
have
the
an
plays.
earpiece. Maybe he can hear people. Nah. Duelist now side decking for game 3. What are some other cards we can see Elliot bring into this game?
I feel like he's actually got a little pet of his that he's decided to bring into his
I
deck.
reckon he does. A little
cat shark.
memory from Sprite format. Cat Shark is in Elliot's extra deck. What does this one do?
Just a little guy. When it has an Exceeds material attached that was originally water, it actually can't be destroyed by a battle. Really good against the Tenpai matchup. And then once per turn, during either player's turn, you can detach 1 material, then target 1 rank 4 or lower Exceeds monster you control, namely that Shark Kraken from earlier, and its attack and defense become double until the end of the
Now
turn.
that is crazy to help you in going for game against decks like Snake Eye or Voiceless Voice, being able to beat over those really small monsters because they don't get that gain from
the field or
Divine Temple anymore
Correct.
because they're all water monsters thanks to that effect of Stealth Kraken.
I'm sure Elliot might know that, but we're not too sure at the moment. Hasn't been proven to us yet, but that's okay.
What are some other cards you can bring in?
I think, let's have a look here. I think a really good one with the Shark Kraken is actually the Shark Kraken Spawn. So these are just the little guys that come out when the Shark Kraken is destroyed. Obviously, Elliot doesn't know what that happens because it wasn't destroyed when he had to verse it on the
because it
feature
didn't
match.
crash. No, because his monsters were small. Not gaining that attack gain from Divine Temple of the Snake Eye thanks to the monsters no longer being fire level 1s. They were water level 1s.
Yep, it's actually truly unfortunate, but that's what happens when you don't read your opponent's cards or your own.
Now, what's another card Elliot had a bit of trouble with at the YCS?
Now, good friend Yahweh had a chat to Elliot before the match and told him to be really careful about number 103, Aragna Zero.
There it is on your screen. In case you don't know what it does, I wouldn't be surprised now that it's Elliot.
Now, when Elliot went to discuss and go, hi, what the hell does this card do? He didn't get told. So he was very deathly afraid of that card going into that round. But once per turn, during either player's turn, it can detach a material and target 1 face-up attack position monster your opponent controls, whose current attack is different from the original attack, and destroy it, and then they draw a card. Namely, I might have to reiterate that the Snake Eye monsters don't gain attack because they would be water monsters.
Yes, the Stealth Kraken turns those little boys that are now big boys from the temple back to little boys with making them all water.
And that was very relevant in his top, I think, his round 9 feature match that you can find on the
Certainly
official
wasn't Top Cut. Certainly
Konami
was not Top Cut.
website.
Going into game 3 now, can assume that Austin has elected to go first this match. Unless he outplayed Elliot, made him go first, and Elliot was not prepared for that. No, Austin has gone first. He's going to start with the activation of Barrier of the Voiceless Voice. He's going to attempt to search here. Elliot's going to chain Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit to destroy that. Now, continuous spells do need to remain face up on the field. We're going to see another Blessing of the Voiceless Voice come down. Now, this is a new card we were talking about in round 2 yesterday. This is a really good card for the Voiceless Voice deck, allowing it to add back once per turn any banished or in the graveyard Voiceless Voice card, and allowing you to ritual summon on your opponent's turn when they normal or special a non-ritual monster. This reminds me of Tillamook's Scream.
Absolutely, it's extremely insane. Being able to plus during your opponent's turn when they decide to summon, especially with things like Low and the Seravis, being able to continuously get it back onto the field and off again. Honestly, insane cards. But we see that he's activated the...
Ooh, very unfortunate for Austin.
and
Bit of
he's
a brick
just
there.
passed.
Speaking of Tillamook's Scream and Tillamook, what's another good card that's really good into Tillamook? I think it would be Sky Striker Mecha Shark Cannon.
Now, good card to banish once, not even a once per turn if you control new monsters in your main monster zone. It can target a monster in your opponent's grave and then banish it. But if you have 3 or more spell cards, it can special summon it to your side of the field, but you can't attack directly with it. It cannot direct it at all, actually.
Going over to the Saka Werty's turn, we're going to start with a special summon of Cashier Unicorn in attack position, followed by a activation of Wanted, Secret the Sinful Boils, searching Diabell Star the Black Witch. Then we're going to start with a normal summon Poplar. We're going to go Poplar to add, I think that was Divine Temple, I'm not really sure. Then we're going to go Kashtira Unicorn to add Kashtira both. We're going to link one with the Poplar, probably into Linkaribo, because Elliot can't read the new ban list because he is illiterate.
Absolutely. That's what happens when you go to Canberra to study all the way away from Melbourne. But that's okay. He's trying his best. It's just not good enough.
He certainly is. He's going to link one into Relinquished Anima this time. He must have forgot to put Linkaribo in his deck after not being able to read the new ban list. Then he's going to use Poplar to put itself back into the spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. Let's see what he does next. He probably passes here because he's not really good at the game. I'd be shocked if he does anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe just a nice SP pass.
Yeah.
Bench itself.
Using the Unicorn, yeah.
Yeah.
And then not using both.
No.
You're going to see the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye come down. Now, this one does, in fact, boost your level 1 fires by 1,100 attack, unless they're water.
Absolutely, yeah. We might be seeing it happen now, but that Kashtira Unicorn is not a level 1 fire, so unfortunately we will not be gaining any attack.
Actually, a level 7 wind monster.
Exactly.
Yeah. Elliot going to place that Snake Eyes Diabell Star in the spell and trap zone. Now we're going to activate the original Sinful Spells Snake Eye, sending that Snake Eye Poplar to the grave. Probably going to summon that Snake Eye Ash. I'm ready for an effect Veiler to come down.
Absolutely. We've been expecting it all weekend. It's happened every single time that we've had a Ash hit the field.
Pretty much.
And we don't expect any different here.
Snake Eye Ash hits the field. Does Austin have an interaction for it? Does not look like it. It's going through. Going to search probably... Actually, I would not know. Maybe a Snake Eye Poplar. I'll summon itself because he hasn't done that yet. Searching another Snake Eye Ash, which is legal.
Yeah.
Elliot probably just doesn't know what else he can search with that.
He's probably
because
going
he
for
can't
the
read
first
the
one.
names.
No.
Yeah. Notably, he does have the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils in the graveyard with that original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye to draw a card here. But he's probably going to forget about that one because he doesn't know how to play the game.
He's thinking. He might just pass here.
Going to link to with the Relinquished Anima and the Snake Eye Ash into copy of Nightmare Phoenix. Nightmare Phoenix now probably going to use its effect to discard a card, target a spell trap on the field and destroy it. Going to go for that Barrier of the Voiceless Voice. Austin saying that's okay. Austin give you the Phoenix a little bit of a read right now. Notably, Phoenix is a fire monster, not unless Stealth Kraken is on the field. Then it becomes a link to Water Fiend.
Very important for this matchup, of course. We'll see if it comes up here.
Snake Eyes Diabell Star going to summon itself by placing Snake Eye Ash in the spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. Really strong card here. Elliot probably doesn't own it either.
No.
Ooh, are we activating the Blessing here? We are. We're tributing the Nibiru from hand to summon out Saw Ravis. Gentleman's Scream.
Interesting play.
Yep. Notably, we're not able to activate the Unicorn here because no monster was activated.
No. Very afraid possibly of the Appaloosa that was going to hit the field. Having this Ravis is very powerful.
Now we're going to be able to negate that Appaloosa when it's summoned and banish it. That would be using up all of Elliot's monsters on the field. That was probably his next up play to play around the Nibiru. Austin has just said, you know what? I mog you and tributed the Nibiru for the ritual summon of Saw Ravis, the Ancient and Ascended.
I think he's still going to try it anyway. I think he might be able to get away with trying to summon the Appaloosa and trying to negate. I think he's going to activate the effect of the...
Did he just point at Kashtira Unicorn? Silly Billy Elliot Harris. That's why he's known as the Saka Werty.
I'm sure the judge is going to pick up on that, and it's going to be a warning. Another one of those, and he's actually just going to get a game loss.
Certainly should. I hope he does. Elliot now going to go for a link 3 or 2 into a copy of SP Little Knight. Saw Ravis, the Ancient and Ascended, going to attempt to negate the summon.
I believe it does bounce to hand for cost.
It certainly does bounce to hand for cost. It's okay, he's declared the intent.
Elliot's trying to think of the effect to vanish. Okay.
Maybe that Saw Ravis did not activate there.
No.
I'm not sure what happened. It was pointed to, correct?
Yes.
Yes, interesting. Regardless, that SP Little Knight stays on the field. It activated effect, so Elliot cannot kill his opponent this turn. He probably thinks he can, though.
He's going to try it anyway, 100%.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
What if he goes for the princess line? I bet you he will. Gonna link 3 into Celine, the master of magicians. Gonna summon back that Snake Eyes Eyebell Star. Gonna link 4 now into Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess in that beautiful
Putting the counter back.
Putting
Elliot,
a counter back.
put the counter away.
See, Elliot would know that it didn't belong there if he actually read the rules, but unfortunately he can't read.
No.
We're gonna normal summon. Did we not normal summon Poplar at the start of this turn? Oh, we bonfired, right? Yes, yes. See, now we got 2 guys that are gaining attack because they are currently fire monsters.
And level 1.
Level 1 fire is gaining that 1,100 attack from that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Elliot gonna use the effect of Snake Eye Ash here to special summon out probably a Snake Eyes Flambeau's Dragon. Level 8 Fire Dragon monster for the Snake Eye archetype. From his deck, 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense. Probably gonna go for game here, except he can't. Gonna link Oak and Flambeau's off into a link 2 of...
Most likely the IP, I want to say. If he owns one. Oh, here comes
see the
the
Pit Knight early come down. You know who owns that Pit Knight early?
You.
Yep. Gonna link the Pit Knight early and the Snake Eye Ash off into a Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. You know what the opposite of flames is, Destin?
Water.
I think it would happen to be water, yes. Elliot knows all about water monsters. He is the water roadie, losing to it at the YCS. Gonna now perform a link 4 or link 2 into probably the Salmagrate Raging Phoenix. Summoning the Raging Phoenix, linking it straight off into the water monster, World Sea Dragon Zelantis.
I'm pretty sure this one's actually played in Sharks.
Yeah, I think it is. It's also played in Marintas, another water-based attribute deck. Placing that Pit Knight early into the Spell and Trap zone, using the effect of something to destroy the blessing.
To pop the blessing during the
Certainly
battle
is.
phase.
Yep. Now we're going main phase 2, Cash Tira Birth, summon out Cash Tira Unicorn. Not a water monster, but a wind monster. Gonna pass turn. Nice board, Elliot.
Elliot actually constructing a board for once. I'm very surprised on our end. It's a shame that he wasn't actually able to do it during the event and get into top cut.
Now, Elliot does have a strong board here. He has a Flambeau, so we can bring out the Pit Knight early. He's at the 2 negate Appaloosa, 1,600 attack, and he has the Cash Tira Unicorn to rip a vital card out of Austin Smith's Voiceless Voice extra deck. Unfortunately, there's not many things that are really relevant to rip out of the Voiceless Voice extra deck. It's very open. There's no engine cards in there, so Austin Smith feeling probably pretty confident with that Cash Tira Unicorn not being there.
It's always good to possibly get rid of the Sea Self Kraken spawns so we don't have to worry about them floating back if Elliot's actually able to do anything on the following turn.
Just a reminder for those of you who don't know, this is the card Elliot lost to at YCS. Here we have Goes in Match. When all your monsters are water and you can't summon fires, it's pretty hard to win.
Absolutely. It's a very good lock. Unfortunately for Elliot, again, he did lose to it at the YCS at 2024.
Austin Smith activating that 3rd, I believe, copy of Blessing Barrier of the Voiceless Voice. Going to search a Voiceless Voice card. We can see Cosmic Cyclone in his deck. Unfortunately, there's not many good Cosmic targets on Elliot's field currently because he has the Snake Eye, Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, which can summon out that Pit Knight early, but he also has the Flambeau's Dragon, which could chain to any Cosmic Cyclone or MST-like effects that would destroy the Pit Knight early before it came out. This barrier is going to resolve here. Not really sure what it's going to get. Austin taking a moment to think about the best and most optimal play that we have here. Thinking for Prayers of the Voiceless Voice at the moment, it looks like. Yeah, adding that Prayers of the Voiceless Voice ritual spell to his hand.
Very interesting to be adding the ritual spell. That's something you see a lot. But obviously with Appaloosa to be able to contend, it is very hard for him. He's going to use the effect of the Old Man.
Saul Ravis Old Man. Inherent Summon by shuffling back the Prayers of the Voiceless Voice from his hand and another spell. Reminder that one of the Saul Ravis spells has to be a ritual spell. Doesn't have to be Prayers, can be any ritual spell, but it's probably going to be Prayers because he played the Saphira Dragon Queen of the Voiceless Voice. Elliot now going to attempt to destroy the Saul Ravis on summon. Saul Ravis is going to be able to activate here, returning itself to hand. And then Appaloosa is going to be able to negate it. And destroying the Flambeau is going to be able to summon back. Elliot low-key forgot to use the Pit Knight early, but it doesn't matter. This sucker already has won this game and moves on to the final round of the Kurikara Div Incarnate Starlight Rare tournament that we have here as a side event at the 2024 Yu-Gi-Oh! Victorian State Championships.
Good luck to his opponent. They'll be versing Sakurodi in the last round. I believe it'll be Jeff Monk. He will absolutely mog the Sakurodi.
As we
and
saw
win.
earlier, Jeff certainly does height mog Elliot and also build mog Elliot. It is very crazy. Dalton, what do you have to say about that game?
It was fun to see him bouncing back from the I can only assume to be a devastating loss during the main event.
Certainly.
A lot of very generous duelists this weekend, allowing players to go ahead of them and win that event. I don't believe Elliot was among them.
No, it certainly wasn't. Austin Smith this time allowing Elliot to giving him the free win going into the final.
I believe that was
Because he feels
sympathy.
it's
Absolutely.
sympathy for how challenged Elliot has been lately at events. Finally receiving his invite this year.
Yes.
At the Victorian State Championships.
It took a
which
while.
he very much struggled to do so before. We'll probably get Elliot on later for a little bit of an interview after this match, unless he wants to come over right now.
Here he comes.
Here he comes.
Yeah, I will jump
I'm
out of the
scared.
way.
He's going to dive. All right. Elliot Harris is joining us right now. The Saka Woti has
was that my
appeared.
name?
Yeah, that was your name.
Why is there a Goza match on the screen?
Don't worry about it.
You can look at it later.
All right, let's hit the camera.
Camera one.
Commenter. Hey, that's us. Welcome back. Here's Elliot Harris.
The
How's your
Sakurodi.
match?
Pretty free, to be honest. No, just kidding.
Whoa.
I thought he was on Tenpai. Because at States, I played him, and then he was playing Tenpai. And then he said, "Oh, you played me yesterday." So I actually won the dice roll, and I made him go first.
Nice one.
And then he
Elliot.
full comboed me, which was really smart.
Yep, and you were unable to break that board.
Yeah, that was really smart. Yeah. I also saw him playing before. I just forgot who was playing Voiceless.
Yeah.
Yep, you tend to forget a lot of things,
Yeah.
like how to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Absolutely.
Yep. Anyway.
Something about fire effect monsters, level ones, yeah?
Yeah, I
something
kept
stealth
hearing you
cracker?
talking about Temple, even though it wasn't on the field for like the majority of the game.
It was very relevant to the gameplay, to be honest.
You know what is on the field? I don't know why you didn't activate your skill. Mythic Depths.
Depths?
Now, talk
Yep.
to me about this card.
That yeah. It's
Yep.
a pretty epic Duel Links card.
Yep. You're a bit of a Duel Links grinder yourself, aren't you, Elliot?
I actually quit.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Why?
He's bad at it.
Yeah.
The game's terrible.
Just play Rush Duels.
True.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
How much money did you spend in Duel Links?
Pardon?
How much money did you spend in Duel Links?
Quite a bit.
Was it your money?
Technically, no. It wasn't my parents or anything. It was coming from somewhere else. Somebody. And this sounds weird, but yeah.
I think we need a little bit of an investigation here.
There's a method. Anyway.
I think Elliot has been doing some devious things, maybe some illegal
Yeah.
activities.
Brandon Purley is the name of the individual.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Brandon Purley. Getting a shout out there.
Yeah.
Catching strays.
Oh, shout outs?
Oh.
Okay, well.
Actual shout outs.
So-
Shout out to Elliot's round 8 YCS opponent.
Yep.
Yep.
So shout outs to Freddie for being terrible. Dom and Jack for driving me.
Yep.
Henry for being the GOAT. Charlie for being my favorite midget. Tom Shee Fan Club. And,
what did you say about
Young
Freddie, sorry?
Sheldon and Skibbity Toilet.
What did you say about Freddie?
He's really good.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice that you support your friends.
Yep.
Yep. Anything else to add?
Oh, also shout out to Brandon.
For what? Licking you?
Sure.
Yeah,
And
okay.
Destin as well.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming on, Sakurodi.
Yeah. Hopefully I win my last round. I probably will because I'm the GOAT.
No.
What's my name? Was it Sakugodi? Or?
No, it's right
Sakurodi.
there. You can see your name.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
You're welcome, Elliot.
No
problem.
Thank
That
you for
was Elliot
streaming.
Harris, the Sakurodi. Moving on to the finals of the Starlight Red Crew. What are you still doing here?
I don't know.
Leave.
Can we split it so we can go? Like, maybe this guy split with me. Yeah. Alright. Thank you.
Bye.
Done.
Bye.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the immense weekend of streaming at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG 2024 Victorian State Championship stream. I've been Dalton. This is Jack and Destin.
Certainly.
Howdy.
That's us.
Thank you for joining us all weekend. We are up here at General Games in Chirnside Park at the wonderful venue they've got here. We have been all weekend. Yep. Shout out to General Games for sponsoring this channel and also to our other sponsors, Dice Arcade, Miniature Scenery, Baron of Dice and Proxy Wars. Make sure to check them out, linked down in the description below. Massive thanks to Josh Vine for organising this event. You got to see him earlier today. These lads had a bit of a chat with him about the event and the way everything has run. Yep. We hope you have enjoyed the stream. We've had an absolute blast doing it. If you have, make sure to do all the YouTube things, like, comment, subscribe, all of that, because if we can see that you guys like it and you guys enjoy it and want to see more, we will do more of it. Sunglasses are a thing, apparently. Doing the thing. Make sure to do all of that and let us know. Do you lads have any shout-outs you want to do or anything like that at the end of the stream?
Shout out to WFL.
Yeah, WFL. Yep.
Shout out Josh Vine.
Absolutely.
Goat of Goats.
After we get our Minerva mats.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, you will be the Goat of Goats once we get our Minerva mats, yes. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yep, fantastic. Massive thank you guys for coming on. Check out Jack Sprunt over on Sprunt TCG.
So true.
Another video up in, 3 months?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Next time I'll talk about events, so maybe 3 years.
Yeah, fair. We hope you guys enjoyed us. Thank you to chat for jumping in, showing some love down there in chat as well. It's been fantastic interacting with you. One of the joys of live streaming is getting to interact with people who are watching and enjoying that. Thank you guys for watching. We will catch you next time. Seals, pass.